Chapter 13:11 Meeting Emperor Kong. Wang Wei understood. Most factions will not tell their disciples matters higher than their cultivation. He was unique in the sense that he was already involved in things about transcendence while still a little mortal. What is your role in the academy? Wang Wei asked while observing the surroundings. Are you a teacher or a student? What about Su Shi and Lin Fan? I'm a first-class teacher, Bai Han said with pride. As for them, they are high-level students. First-class teacher? So, does that mean Empyreans are second-class, and Paragon will be third-class? Quite ambitious. What emperor is not ambitious, especially the ones who rose from the lower dimension, Bai Han replied. True that, Wang Wei agreed. What's the difference between students and teachers? Teachers' purpose is, well, to teach. Students are trained to be elders or guardians of the academy. They are the protectors and main fighting force. Does that mean students are the academy's future goon and the teachers are future deans? Wang Wei asked in a strange tone. Of course not, Bai Han immediately denied it. According to my father's rules, students can become teachers, and teachers can revert their status to students. The resources available to them are the same. The main difference between them is their focus. Students focus on their cultivation without worrying about training others or giving lectures. However, they must also take missions to contribute to the academy. Meanwhile, teachers cultivate by training others. Wang Wei understood the system. The literary way can increase its strength by cultivating students. As long as their students have specific achievements, let's say, proving the Tao and becoming emperor, they can receive feedback that can dramatically increase their strength and cultivation realm in proportion to how much they contributed to their students' success. It's not impossible for someone with low talent but is an excellent teacher to use the literary way to prove the Tao with a heaven will, but they must contribute immensely to their students' success or train multiple students and have a net positive influence in their accomplishment. Are there any requirements to become a teacher? Wang Wei. Yes, and there are a few, with the primary ones being that all teachers must condense their righteous qi or cultivate an auxiliary technique with the same effect. That's a wise move, Wang Wei praised. Righteous qi can give birth to literary talents, which vary based on the scholar's path. However, since the academy took the teaching path, all their condensed talents are biased toward that area. As such, it's normal for the academy's teacher to have skills that can help their students. A perfect example is Lin Fan's former teacher, who had the talent to create the ideal training plan for his students. There is also Bai Han's talent called preaching, which can drastically increase a person's understanding after listening to his sermon. Wang Wei chatted with Bai Han as he observed the environment. He saw numerous sights, teachers giving outdoor lessons, students hunting in the forest, and even finding fortunate encounters. He also noticed countless hidden dimensions in this world and guessed they were the academy's training secret realms. I wonder if Emperor Kong has any decent secret realm to train the body. Should I ask him? Wang Wei thought. Forget about it. My future wife should have the best of the best. They soon reached their destination, a beautiful lake with a walking road directly connected to a small pavilion floating in the middle of the water. Please, Bai Han said, pointing to the path. His demeanor was that of a true scholar who follows etiquette. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. Although he did not care for these kinds of customs, he would respect them since he was in someone else's place. Emperor Kong was standing with his hands behind his back, a small table and 2 chairs next to him. His black scholarly robe perfectly accentuated his sage-like face, overshadowing what modern people call middle-aged uncle charm. Fellow Taoist, I would like to once again apologize for missing our previous meeting. There is no need for that, Emperor Kong said with a gentle smile. Based on the previous situation, I might have cancelled the meeting. Emperor Kong was not just saying these words out of politeness. After the significant event that was the death of a paragon, he had much to do, so there was a high chance he would have cancelled on Wang Wei had the latter's people not sent words beforehand. Thank you for your understanding. Please, Emperor Kong said, and Wang Wei sat down. Do you want tea or wine? Wang Wei's body visibly paused, and Kong, who was observing his every move, noticed. Is something wrong? I've participated in many meetings and just realized people rarely offer wine. They usually directly give me tea. Now that I think about it, I also only offered tea. Don't fellow Taoists like tea? Kong asked. That couldn't be. He remembered the information stating that Wang Wei's favorite tea was called Longjua. People who don't like tea don't have a favorite. That's not it, Wang Wei replied. It just dawned on him, hence his reaction. I'll take the wine. Good. Emperor Kong waved his hand to materialize 2 wine cups with a purple liquid. This is called the Immortal Dreaming Wine. Have a taste. Wang Wei raised his wine and took a whiff. His eyes lit up as even the smell was intoxicating. He sipped it before closing his eyes. His mind immediately entered a trance where he saw a beautiful woman dancing. Many transparent red silk sheets were around, preventing him from seeing her face or body, but even her silhouette was enchanting beyond words. Her dance was graceful and ethereal, like an immortal from the heavens not sullied by the rains and dust of the mortal world. He instinctively chased after the woman, but whatever he did, he could not catch her. Meanwhile, her dance became more elusive, less ethereal, and more teasing. Wang Wei soon reached the final silk sheet, and the dance finished. He hesitated briefly as he looked at the silhouette opposite him until he heard her voice, "Come." He removed the obstacle and finally saw the beauty behind. She had his future wife's face. She smiled at him and blew him a kiss. Then, Wang Wei opened his eyes from the dream. What an immortal dreaming wine, Wang Wei praised. Emperor Kong chuckled. Who did fellow Taoists see? It couldn't have been Miss Sun Junyao, right? I should ask you that question. You just. I'm a happily married man, Emperor Kong swiftly said. His wife was not pleased with his friendship with Sun Junyao, even after explaining countless times it was more of a business relationship, so he immediately ended this topic after realizing he could not get more information from Wang Wei about what happened that day. What do you think of the academy? Emperor Kong asked, changing the topic. It's wonderful, Wang Wei replied sincerely. I'm sure it's nothing compared to your sect, Emperor Kong replied humbly. I wouldn't know, Wang Wei said as he sipped his wine. Unfortunately, he was conversing, so he had to cancel the dreaming effect. However, I mean what I said. It's beyond impressive that you can build such a foundation in such a short time span. In this era, every faction was being weakened or destroyed, but the Emperor Enlightening Academy rose and prospered. This is due to Emperor Kong's years of planning, calculations, and ability to adapt to the situation. Emperor Kong smiled. Although he never showed it, he was indeed proud of his accomplishments. However, they were far from enough, so he constantly reminded himself that this was the beginning. While you're here, I'll take this opportunity to thank you. For what? For Su Shi, Lin Fan, and everything you did in the lower dimension, Emperor Kong explained. The rise of the lower dimensions sect brought me tremendous luck blessing, and your presence even saved our academy. Oh! Wang Wei understood the first part, but he had no idea what Emperor Kong meant by the latter. These people were unhappy with the prosperity of the academy, so they were planning on suppressing me, Emperor Kong explained calmly. However, they soon were distracted by your presence to the point they'd forgotten. Then, before I had to do anything, the world changed drastically, and they entered the frontier. That's just a manifestation of your great destiny. Wang Wei did not take credit for this as he did nothing to deserve it. Even if you don't accept this karma, I must still repay you for the others, Emperor Kong replied calmly. Su Shi and Lin Fan became the foundation of his academy, so the help Wang Wei provided to them formed a deep karmic debt. Kong understood the negative effect of not paying karmic debts, especially to a master of Karma Dao. He did not want anything to affect the academy's luck, so even if Wang Wei did not say anything or acknowledge it, he would find a way to repay the favor. That's fine by me, Wang Wei nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:12 Do you plan to do it? Many people owe Wang Wei's karma, and he often goes out of his way to help people with the mindset of them owing a debt, which he plans to ask for repayment for one day. His mindset around this kind of thing is he'll do it to prepare for the future, but it doesn't matter if he never uses them. He sipped his wine, savoring the taste. He calmly looked at the beautiful lake, including the rainbow in the distance. By the way, why not change the academy's name to Empyrean Enlightening Academy? Do you want to keep the name forever? Or do you want to wait until you are qualified to call it Paragon Enlightening Academy? Paragon Enlightening? Emperor Kong muttered. That's a wonderful name, isn't it? Wang Wei glanced at him. Why do you sound like you're not satisfied enough? Wang Wei squinted. Could it be you're ambitious enough to want to take the name Dao Enlightening Academy? Emperor Kong waved his hand. I'm not that brave or stupid. He knew if he used the word Dao without being worthy, his sect's luck would instantly be ruined, leading to its eventual destruction. According to what Emperor Kong knows, only 2 factions have ever bore the title of Dao throughout the Eternal Ascension world's history. The first is from an era so long ago that it has been lost to history, and the other is the Dao Opening Sect. However, the Dao Opening Sect did not dare take this name before doing great, meritorious service to heaven and earth during the Devil Catastrophe. Before that, it was only called the Myriad Origin Sect. Despite the Dao Opening Sect being acknowledged by Heavenly Dao, many people felt they did not deserve such a grand title. It was not a problem in the lower dimension, but their virtue could not support that name even after what they did during the war. It wasn't until after the ultimate taboo that people truly acknowledged that title. Qiyuan opened the Dao to the entire chaos universe by making the way of transcendence more accessible so the whole universe can accept the Dao Opening Sect having such a title in their name. So, what is it then? Wang Wei asked. Paragon is not the limit of cultivation, is it? Emperor Kong responded. An academy that trains Transcendent? Wang Wei chuckled. Ambitious indeed. Oh, fellow Taoist, do you think him over my head? Emperor Kong asked. I'll be frank, Wang Wei said after taking another sip. I believe, without a doubt, you can build an academy on par with the 13 overlords. However, I have not seen any signs that you have the potential to reach that realm. Is that so? Emperor Kong said calmly, showing no signs of being affected by Wang Wei's words. He sipped his own wine. I was under the impression you thought highly of that girl Su Shi. I do, Wang Wei admitted. However, I have divided transcendent potential into 3 levels. He did not continue talking but instead waved his hand to isolate the surrounding sights from prying eyes and put the surrounding cause and effect in disarray to prevent divination or calculations. The first class consists of people who have established a transcendent foundation. These are the people with the highest possibilities of achieving transcendence. Some can even be called transcendent seed, Wang Wei boldly declared. The transcendent foundation that Wang Wei is talking about is not just his perfect foundation and its effect. He's talking about people who have at least achieved the 9-extremity foundation and entered the taboo realm in at least one of the 3 immortal realms or have some of the essence of transcendence, like Sun Junyao. These people have a much higher chance of achieving half-step transcendence than everyone else. In that category, Wang Wei considered himself the best because of all his achievements, like Mortal Emperor, 10 Supremacy Foundation, becoming a Heavenly Emperor, and linking an entire era to his existence. All these things have contributed to his Transcendent Foundation. Transcendent Foundation? Emperor Kong asked with a serious look. However, Wang Wei only smiled but did not answer. The second category is the people talented and intelligent enough to create a method of transcendence, Wang Wei continued. There is a vast difference in this level as well. Some people only have a vague idea, some are already working on turning this idea into a reality, and ultimately, only a few will succeed. Emperor Kong swallowed the wine. The third level? He did not ask Wang Wei to elaborate further since he knew he wouldn't get much of an answer. The final level is where I placed you, Su Shi, and Lin Fan, Wang Wei explained. This level belongs to people who have the talent to achieve transcendence only if they receive an already made and completed technique. Wang Wei can already predict how brutal the path of transcendence will be. Countless geniuses who used to be the shining stars of the chaos universe will realize their incompetence and insignificance before that barrier called transcendence. To be fair, you three masters and disciples have the potential to establish a transcendent foundation, if you know the requirements, Wang Wei continued. Additionally, I don't know enough about you to determine whether you can be classified in the second category. Emperor Kong calmly refilled his cup. Although he looked calm on the surface, his mind was experiencing great turmoil. Was Wang Wei lying? This was Emperor Kong's thought after hearing these words. He had his reasons for thinking such a thing. Firstly, this is something that Wang Wei would do, lie to further his goal. And what would those goals be? It's evident to Emperor Kong based on how he dangled information about transcendence over him like a hunter using a carrot to lure a rabbit from their hiding hole. However, certain things made him doubt his judgment. As soon as Wang Wei uttered the words, Transcendent Foundation, the first thing he thought of was Sun Junyao. Perfection has always been a taboo in the world, and most people who pursue this path usually end up miserable. But what was it a taboo? Emperor Kong was wise enough to link Grand Dao's ban on perfection to its connection to the transcendent path. So, he immediately thought that Sun Junyao might belong to a unique individual in Wang Wei's first category. Numerous thoughts flashed in Emperor Kong's mind. He analyzed all the information he knew about transcendence and re-evaluated them based on Wang Wei's words. Sadly, he realized he knew too little. Emperor Kong sighed deeply. Our foundation is too shallow. He suddenly realized how much weaker his academy's foundation was compared to these top lineages who have cultivated countless peak paragons who have already started their journey toward the next realm. He instantly removed all his pride in building the academy to such a level. Although he always reminded himself that he had a long way to go, today's events showed how true these words were. Emperor Kong decided to take Wang Wei's bait. He knew he might have to pay a steep price, but getting his hands on such a valuable piece of information would be worth it. Fellow Taoist, he stopped as he realized Wang Wei was looking into the sky, and he finally sensed a mysterious aura, so he also raised his head. It seems I've said too much, and you're too weak to get involved in matters of this level, Wang Wei said calmly. Even with his preventive measures, he could only say so much. It's also possible that he could say so much because he took the previous measures. It seems so, Emperor Kong said, again feeling his insignificance. He sipped his wine and closed his eyes for a few minutes. Once he opened them, he had already adjusted his mindset. Wang Wei secretly nodded in acknowledgement. Although he purposely suppressed Emperor Kong's arrogance to control the rhythm of their conversation and ensure things favored him during later negotiations, he still appreciated how fast the latter readjusted and controlled his emotions. Fellow Taoist, is this the main reason you visited? Of course not, Wang Wei replied. My main goal is to ask you whether you're interested or plan on killing one of those parasites. If so, we can work together, or at the very least, come to an agreement so we don't target the same person. Killing a paragon? Emperor Kong uttered with squinted eyes. This is not something that anyone can do. Wang Wei looked at him and shook his head internally. He had many praises for Emperor Kong, but he also had one criticism. He talked like a scholar. He was never direct, his words were always ambiguous with any interpretations, and he stated his thoughts in a roundabout manner. Wang Wei did not know whether he talked like this with everyone or a tactic he used to deal with him. Regardless, it did not matter. He was now bored with it. Be direct and tell me what you're thinking, he said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:81 Tribulations. Despite Wang Wei's words, Emperor Kong remained quiet. The situation was more complex than it appeared. His academy was too entrenched in the lives of the parasites, so he had to make his following decisions carefully. Additionally, he was extremely wary of the person next to him. If he were not careful, Wang Wei would sell him and have him count the money. I have to think about this carefully, Emperor Kong replied, once again giving an ambiguous answer. What an annoyance, Wang Wei thought. He realized another characteristic of Emperor Kong, extreme caution. He understood why. After all, the latter had to play a dangerous game of maintaining a balance with the parasites while secretly helping the rebellion. If one wrong move were made, everything Emperor Kong built would be instantly destroyed. Wang Wei looked at the sky, and his eyes became extremely profound. Have you heard of the endless tribulation era? Yes, it's the era before the golden era, Emperor Kong replied. Time Eater almost erased this world's history. He even used his chronospirit to block the river of time to prevent certain capable people from peeking at the past. Of course, such a method does not affect these top lineages, but it did disrupt everything and everyone else. I heard that era is our world's version of the null era, with civilization restarting, Emperor Kong added. He spent a lot of time and effort, and with Sun Junyo's help, he acquired much knowledge of the world's history. However, Emperor Kong's effort went as far back as the Golden Era, and he knew little about what came before. All sentient beings with intelligence have one thing in common, the desire for improvement or evolution, Wang Wei stated calmly. No one can escape this fact, including Grand Dao. He sipped his wine and emptied the cup. Emperor Kong waved his hand to refill it, breaking etiquette since he should have used a teapot. However, he did not care about that since he had a feeling Wang Wei was about to reveal some outlandish information again. Heavenly Dao also wishes to improve, and it happened in that era, Wang Wei continued. In the lower generation, during my generation, Heavenly Dao skipped your son's time to bring all the luck and destiny of that generation to mine, creating a prosperous era. Meanwhile, true Heavenly Dao did something even more extreme. 81 Tribulations, Wang Wei stated with shining eyes. During each tribulation, the eternal ascension world was ravaged by war, famine, and countless catastrophes, but each time they survived, civilization rebuilt itself, and the world's luck reached a new peak. Emperor Kong listened attentively while drinking. He compared what Wang Wei said with the information that he had, deducing what he said was the truth, what his motive was, and so on. Do you know what the final tribulation was? Wang Wei asked. Emperor Kong pondered briefly, the innate acquire war. You would think so, but no, Wang Wei shook his head. That war was the 80th tribulation and ended that era. Afterward, the human race became the protagonist of heaven and earth, and the eternal ascension world became one of the many worlds where acquired life is in the dominant position. It can also be said the world determines its position in the eternal battle between fiend gods, paragons, and heavenly primarchs. Wang Wei moisturized his throat. After the war, the world's luck reached an unprecedented height and entered the golden era. In some previous eras, it was common for the total number of paragon to be less than 3 digits. But at the peak of the golden era, all the overlords had at least hundreds of paragons, and some were in the thousands. Wang Wei sighed. He had to give credit to Heavenly Dao. It took the risk of using this tribulation method to drastically improve the eternal ascension world's overall strength and power. However, how risky were those 81 tribulations? If any of them went wrong, the world's cultivation civilization would be destroyed and have to restart. The eternal ascension world might have spent countless eras trying to recuperate from the devastation. During the golden era, many extraordinary talents rose up, Wang Wei continued. For example, my ancestor, Qiyuan. He started the First Origin War, turning the myriad emperor world into the destiny center of the lower dimension. However, was this the only effect of that war? Of course not. The world's destiny also shifted from the aboriginals born in the upper dimension to the people from the lower dimension. How could the people from the other world communities allow Qiyuan to bless his home world at the detriment of their own? The First Origin War should have ended with these people banding together to defeat the Dao opening sect and the others from the myriad emperor world. Yet, that's not what happened. The explanation for this is Qiyuan convinced many people from other world communities to side with him, and the reward was what Wang Wei said, destiny shifting to them. After the war, more and more people from the lower dimension grew until they became the dominant force in the upper dimension. I suspect the first war was in preparation for the Second Origin War, Wang Wei analyzed. He had no definite proof of this matter, but he derived this conclusion after researching the historical text. Another extraordinary talent of that era is, of course, Empress Wu, and her situation is related to you, Wang Wei said, looking at him. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Emperor Kong was genuinely confused. Many major events happened during the Golden Era, but the most significant is the Devil Catastrophe, the 81st and last Tribulation. Emperor Kong squinted. Heavenly Tao went all out for this catastrophe. It even acted a little bit reckless by pushing the limit of that tribulation beyond the level of Paragon. Emperor Kong immediately remembered some of the rumors he had heard about the devil primogenitor, and his squinted eyes became even smaller. Heavenly Tao's risks paid off. The Golden Era survived the last tribulation, and the world's luck reached another unprecedented height. Qiyuan took this opportunity to launch the Second Origin War. He successfully opened the Transcendent path to the Chaos Universe and made the Eternal Ascension world the semi-destiny center of the universe. Emperor Kong frowned. What does this have to do with Empress Wu and me? Yes, I'm getting ahead of myself, Wang Wei said. By the end of the Devil Catastrophe, the status of the 13 Overlord was already established. The Grand Sect Alliance, the Tao Opening Sect, the Myriad Clan Union, the Limitless Exchange Hall, the Tao Beginning Palace, the 10,000 Buddha Haven, the Great Qin Kut, the Premarch Origin Temple, the Tribal Sacred Mountain, the Sword Path League, the Skill Tao Association, and the Divine Faith Heaven. What am I missing? The Origin Seal Continent, Emperor Kong replied calmly. As the saying goes, 9 is the extreme, 12 is completion, and 13 is transcendent, Wang Wei continued. Everyone knew there was one last spot for the top lineage, and as I'm sure you've already guessed, such destiny fell on Empress Wu. With unparalleled talent, she built the Origin Seal Continent and became the last overlord. Wang Wei sighed. She's a wonderful woman, isn't she? She's probably the strongest of all the primals in that era in terms of direct combat. However, her lineage is slightly better than that of Limitless Exchange Hall in terms of the number of primal strength. In terms of foundation, such as the number of paragons, empyreans, and middle-level cultivators, she's undoubtedly the weakest. You can guess the reason, right? She's too young, and her foundation is the weakest, Emperor Kong replied with a sigh. That's right, Wang Wei nodded. Her rise was only during the middle to late stage of the Golden Era. No matter how wonderful she is, it could not change this fact. Wang Wei looked at the sky, especially the sun. There used to be 7 moons and 2 suns in the sky, but they were now gone. Heavenly Tao has already planned everything, Wang Wei said with a deep voice. It knew Qiyuan's methods could only summon these inferior, banned, and flawed methods of becoming half-step transcendence. Ban? Who can ban these methods? Emperor Kong thought, his heart shaking. Why am I so stupid? Of course, it's Grand Tao. So, that's why that event became the ultimate taboo. Heavenly Tao knew how prideful these people from the Golden Generation were, so how could they accept such flawed methods? Wang Wei continued. So, it selected a few people. Emperor Kong's expression became serious, and looked at the bright sun. These people were supposed to be guardians and pathfinders. They were supposed to protect the world while the others recuperated from the damage of the ultimate taboo. When the time was right, everybody would work together to perfect the method and open a new era. Wang Wei was not spouting nonsense. Maitreya was one of the most brilliant talents of the Golden Era, ascending to the position of Prime Buddha and controlling the 10,000 Buddha Haven, which became the origin and head of all Buddhist factions in the world. How could such a person not be arrogant? How could such a person accept becoming the weakest type of half-step transcendence? Wang Wei doesn't know much about supreme unity, but his situation was probably similar. Can you guess where this story is going? He asked. The Guardians turned into usurpers, Emperor Kong sighed. They changed the trajectory of their and the world's fate, destroying the advent of the new era. Destroy? More like delay, Wang Wei chuckled. Heavenly Tao has great ambitions, and it's been planning for so long. Wang Wei had his suspicions about Heavenly Tao after hearing what happened with Wu Hong and the Curse Master. If my theory is correct, it's been planning for a few transcendent factions, he continued. Maybe not 13, but definitely more than 3. He looked at Emperor Kong. And am willing to bet the last spot went to you. Although Emperor Kong had some guesses about where this conversation was going, his body still trembled after hearing these words. He tried his best to control his emotions, but it was not so easy this time, so he had to sip his drink and use the alcohol's effect to calm down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13-14 Do I Have a Choice? Unedited chapter. The Destiny of a Transcendent Faction? Who does not want such a thing? Destiny and luck are 2 of the supreme Tao, meaning that as long as Emperor Kong played his cards correctly and made no severe mistakes, he was destined for success. However, the latter could not care about any of that. On the contrary, an overwhelming fear rushed from his mind into his toes. Emperor Kong knew the severity of this kind of news. As long as another word of this conversation gets out, his academy will be annihilated the next day. There is no basis for Wang Wei's words besides his analysis. Of course, with enough effort, these top lineages can deduce whether he's telling the truth or spewing nonsense. However, it did not matter whether he was telling the truth. Some people would instead eliminate a potential threat to take the risk of being wrong. That's why Emperor Kong was sure his academy would not survive if anyone learned of this conversation. A deep killing intent flashed deep in his mind, but it dissipated with the same speed. Emperor Kong already knew he was not Wang Wei's match because his intuition immediately warned him of danger after thinking of silencing the latter. Additionally, he has already investigated and knew that Wang Wei had a method to battle a Paragon's projection. The Academy currently had no Paragon arrays since he did not dare install one. That also meant he could not use any assistance to kill Wang Wei. Emperor Kong had a few hidden Paragon artifacts and Supreme Chaos artifacts, but those probably won't do much, and they will also reveal his foundation to the parasites, thus accelerating the dissolution of their already thin partnership. And even if I could kill him, would I dare? Emperor Kong thought, lowering his shoulders as he slumped on his chair. Wang Wei was the darling of the Tao opening sect, so he knew the latter would not hesitate to eradicate him for killing a disciple with so much potential. Emperor Kong sipped his wine, feeling a little more defeated. This conversation has been a constant blow to his pride and arrogance. Fellow Taoist, it's not wise to say these things without any evidence to back them up, Emperor Kong said calmly, already regaining control of his emotions and mind. Are you saying I'm speaking nonsense? Wang Wei chuckled. Well, maybe you're correct. But there are signs to follow. Wang Wei groaned softly as he enjoyed the wine's taste. Even with the effect, this wine was top-notch due to its taste. If not for my appearance, the destiny to end this era should have been yours. Emperor Kong wanted to swear as this man had said another outrageous thing. Heavenly Dao's original plan was to use this destiny for you to destroy these parasites and plunder their resources to increase your academy's foundation. By the time you fulfilled your destiny, you would have been a paragon, and the academy would have had a foundation closed and maybe even on par with overlords. Then came the next step of this plan, the Grand Sect Alliance. Emperor Kong's heart again trembled as he remembered a conversation with his 2 favorite disciples 3 million years ago. The plan was already set in motion in the lower dimension during Lin Fan's Supreme Outlaw trial. Wang Wei continued, his eyes brighter than the stars and containing the truth of the universe. There were 2 outcomes from this trial. Lin Fan passes, kills Su Ya, and forges enmity with the upper dimension Yin Moon Palace for preventing them from completing their book. Or, he fails, passes his power to Su Shi, and she inherits his vendetta and eventually kills Su Ya. No matter what, your academy will forge enmity with the Yin Moon Palace, leading to an all-war with the Grand Sect Alliance. Under normal circumstances, you would have no chance of winning against them, but the current era would have provided the perfect opportunity. All the paragons from the Grand Sect Alliance require time to heal from the ultimate taboo and cannot immediately return to their peak. With your Paragon realm strength and the Academy's deep foundation from the parasites, you can eliminate them and finally have the foundation of a true overlord. What's next isn't hard to guess, is it? You only need to work hard and prepare to use your destiny to become a transcendent faction. Wang Wei looked at him with a smile. Heavenly Tao has laid out everything for you. Aren't you lucky? Emperor Kong was speechless. If he previously only believed 40% that Wang Wei was telling the truth, his faith had now increased to more than 70%. He had long determined his academy had inherited an extraordinary destiny. After the conversation with Su Shi and Lin Fan about Su Ya and their hatred, Emperor Kong thought his destiny was about taking luck from one of the 13 overlords. However, he never considered eliminating the Grand Sect Alliance. He did not think he would have such power, at least not for a long time. His previous thought was that he would eliminate the Yin Moon Palace, which would weaken the Alliance's luck and destiny. As such, he's been planning how they could quietly eliminate Su Ya and even blame another member of the Alliance for creating internal strife. While the Alliance was distracted, he would target one of the weaker overlords and take their spots once his academy reached a certain level. But now, Wang Wei told him he might have to fight the most powerful of the 13 directly. In fact, if you consider Lin Fan's subtle connection to the Chaos Demon Gods, your academy has, well, quite the exciting road ahead. Wang Wei chuckled, not hiding the schadenfreude in his voice. Honestly speaking, even if you don't take any of the things I said to heart, your academy's situation is in a terrible spot, Wang Wei continued. In the eyes of many people, you're considered a traitor, one of the oppressors. Your secret work with the rebellion and the resentment purification will buy you many points. Still, if you don't do something else, your academy's reputation will be tarnished by the time the new era arrives. Additionally, some people will still consider you a traitor. They'll use this as an excuse to further tarnish your name and reputation before rallying more people to eliminate you. Emperor Kong knew what people he was talking about, the former academies. All these people were forced to close their doors while he was the only one left open. Such an act already created countless resentment towards him. All the top academies are part of the Grand Sect Alliance, or they have a deep connection with it, Emperor Kong, realizing how deep this conspiracy went. The best move for you to make to survive the next era is to openly oppose these people and, better yet, kill at least one of them, Wang Wei continued. So, what do you think, fellow Taoist? Want to work together? Do I even have a choice? Emperor Kong thought, almost rolling his eyes. He knew the Academy's current predicament better than anyone else, and he's been thinking, planning, and waiting for many years to decide their next move. He knew he would have to draw a line between the parasites one day, but Emperor Kong wanted to delay for as long as possible. After all, the moons were still the world's rulers, meaning the world's resources and luck still tilted toward them. He can receive more benefits the longer he preserves their relationship. Unfortunately, Sun Junyo's actions further muddied the water. Emperor Kong knew that these moons would no longer trust him after what happened, but he still wanted to find a way to prolong their relationship for a while longer. However, with Wang Wei's arrival, he may not have a choice but to act early. Fellow Taoist, you've spent so much time trying to convince me, Emperor Kong said as he glanced at Wang Wei. Aren't you worried that I still will refuse? I'm not, Wang Wei replied calmly. His action was what strategists called an open conspiracy, meaning even if you know it's a plot, you must still do it. A king must be able to bear the weight of the crown. This saying applies to the Academy's current situation. Without sufficient foundation, the destiny of a transcendent foundation is a burden to Emperor Kong instead of a blessing. The latter no longer has the destiny to end this era, so he won't walk the path of killing these parasites and plundering their resources. Wang Wei's words forced Emperor Kong to work together with him or compete against him to see who could kill the most moons as fast as possible. If you refuse, then I won't have any guilt in treating you as a pawn. I can use you to distract these moons to increase the success of my plans, Wang Wei said calmly. Emperor Kong glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Su Shi warned him of how scary this man was, and he took her words seriously. But nothing prepared him for when he indeed faced that monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13-15 Partnership. Emperor Kong sighed. Fellow Taoist, what do you have in mind? Emperor Kong relented. Although he did not want to be entangled with this man, he knew he did not have much choice. Wang Wei smiled. I don't know much about these people yet to formulate a plan, and a head-on battle is the worst plan possible. After analyzing Blood Dragon's death, Wang Wei realized how difficult it was to kill a paragon in a direct confrontation. The arrogant dragon would have survived if Sun Junyao had not been strategic and calculated for many variables, including longevity resources and Blood Dragon's Dao imprint location. His strength would have been drastically weakened, and he might have lost his position as one of the moons, but he would have survived. Wang Wei knew that it would be useless even if he could kill one of these people after entering the Taboo realm. Instead, he needed to follow a similar path as Sun Junyao and slowly plan their death. So, what's the plan of this alliance? Emperor Kong asked, almost rolling his eyes. You're a scholar, why are you so impatient? Wang Wei replied. I have predicted a few things on how these people will react to Blood Dragon's death and came up with a plan that is guaranteed to give us an advantage no matter what. However, this plan can only work once, and I need your help. He summoned a blueprint and showed it to Emperor Kong. So, that's why you wanted to work with me, Emperor Kong uttered after seeing the 4 pillars in the blueprint. That's right, so, what do you think? The formation can be improved, Emperor Kong commented before modifying the blueprint. It seems one of your sub-Dao is Dao of Array, and your achievement is superb, Wang Wei commented. At a glance, he could tell that Emperor Kong used his Dao, transformation, as the philosophical core of his array path. He probably strives to achieve all transformation with his array Dao. He did not fuse array Dao into his transformation Dao but used it as a supplement. They work together, forming the perfect synergy. That's a unique path. But what's the purpose of doing this? It would be better for Emperor Kong to fuse Array Dao with his transformation Dao, making it more unique and flexible, yet he separated them. Is he trying to use the harmony between the two to turn the Array Dao from sub-Dao to primary Dao? If that's true and he succeeds, he'll have to raise my evaluation of him. No one can have 2 primary Daos. Even Chaos Dao cultivators who comprehended many Daos will have 1 primary Dao, Chaos. However, if Emperor Kong's approach worked, he'd benefit immensely, including acquiring 2 Dao positions after becoming a peak paragon. Although Wang Wei doesn't know the actual value of these positions, he knew they would probably be crucial in the Transcendent realm. Emperor Kong did not answer his words and continued with the blueprint. Once he finished, the success of their plan rose by 20%. I'm glad I chose you as a partner, Wang Wei praised. Although he was going to ask his brilliant wife to help with this formation, now he might not need to. Could Wu Hong further improve this formation? Of course. However, Emperor Kong's method has already reached the limit of their realm. Wu Hong's improvement would mean they would need a paragon to set up, and it cannot be just any paragon, but someone with sufficient understanding of Array Dao. Wang Wei and probably no one in the current era met this standard. Luckily, strength was not the primary source of power in this array. Emperor Kong might have cared or accepted this compliment if this had happened before, but he was not in the mood for such a thing. You know this is not enough for your plan to succeed? I know, that's why I need your help to find another sage of merit, Wang Wei said. I know someone, but he's only an emperor and has condensed a first-level golden body of merit. In fact, it would be better if we could find 2 more Empyreans with a second-level body. This is your plan. Why are you asking me? Emperor Kong asked in annoyance. I know you must have a way, Wang Wei rebutted. He had calculated that Emperor Kong had this kind of connection. I know 2 people, Emperor Kong admitted. Both Empyreans, but one with a first and the other with a second-level golden body of merit. That's even better, Wang Wei said. Although he knew Feng Heng would give him face and participate in this plan, his cultivation was too weak and might increase the plan's variable. I can convince them to help, but you must bear the karma for their help, Emperor Kong said. These people were sages, and Wang Wei's plan was actively putting them in danger. If something went wrong and someone had to bear responsibility, Emperor Kong did not want to be the one. After all, such karma is the kind that can ruin a person's luck. The death of any sage is not a joke. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. He did not care. His karma-unbound physique was not a joke. Although the death of a sage was enough even to affect him, there was still some protection. Additionally, he was also a sage, granting him another level of security. So, he'd be fine if he did not directly kill or scheme against these sages. In fact, he'd prefer that something went wrong so these parasites could take the blame. Of course, he was not stupid enough to scheme in the back to ensure that happens. He knew when to mess around and when not to. Sages are a protection class, meaning Heavenly Tao does not mess around. Since Wang Wei was not sure to hide his actions under the latter's noise, he wouldn't do something so stupid. Emperor Kong looked at him. Is there anything else? Is this a hint that I'm no longer welcome? Wang Wei thought, his lips almost twitching. No, that's it for now. That's good. Emperor Kong nodded before handing him a talisman. Contact me if there is more. The sign that you're no longer welcome was written on this man's face, so Wang Wei could only sigh. Well, it's time to take my leave, Wang Wei said as he stood up. One last thing, can fellow Taoist give me some more wine? Emperor Kong summoned a space ring that contained 10,000 large jars of the immortal dream wine. This wine did not affect cultivation and was classified as entertainment, making it not as valuable as one would think. Of course, not as valuable is comparing it to whom. Some poor Empyreans probably cannot buy more than 100 jars. Wang Wei took the space ring. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for entertaining me. Say hi to Su Shi and Lin Fan for me. Emperor Kong watched him and disappeared, and he used his divine sense to ensure he had left before returning to his palace. He sat alone in a dark room, a somber atmosphere enveloping his body. When was the last time I felt so powerless and ignorant? It was probably that time. Emperor Kong suddenly found himself lost in his memories. Who are you? Asked a young boy about 12 years old, looking at the elderly man before him, dressed in a black robe with a sage-like atmosphere and holding a ruler. The boy was using all the strength in his weak and thin body to prevent himself from falling on the floor or running away screaming. I will be your teacher from now on, said the elderly man. You can call me Master Shang. Are you a ghost? The young Kongmeng said, his face pale. Do you want to use my yang energy? I'm not a ghost, I'm the spirit of a saint artifact, Master Shang explained. Kongmeng finally calmed down after realizing he was not going to die. Saint artifact? Are you talking about the saints I've read about? Are they so magical? No, I'm talking about cultivators. Oh. Master Shang looked at this body. Anyone who heard about cultivation would be excited, but what's with this boy's response? What do you say? Boy Kong Li, do you want to be my apprentice? Kong Li became silent. Sir, the books say that a master chooses a student just as much as a student chooses a teacher. Master Shang smiled. He appreciated the young boy's demeanor. Those words are true, so if you have any concerns, you can ask me. Why me? Kong Li did not think there was anything special about him. I've watched you in the past few years, Master Shang said. You have no money to learn how to read, so you secretly listen to Scholar Wang's lessons by climbing through the back walls. Your mind is sharp, and you quickly learn the characters, but had no money to buy paper and ink to practice calligraphy, so you use tree branches and practice in the dirt and sand. Due to your poor background, no one wants to take you as a disciple, but that did not dissuade you. You help scholars with their baggage, clean their houses, and repair their clothes and shoes just for an opportunity to learn. You save every penny you make, even forsaken meals, just to buy books. Those people looked at you with disdain, beat you up, cursed at you, and even spit at you, thinking your efforts were in vain and you would amount to nothing. But you never give up. Your desire to pursue knowledge and improve yourself is something many of the sages you've read about do not have. Those qualities are why I chose you. Kong Li had tears in his eyes. He was an orphan, and before dying, he promised his adopted mother that he would become a scholar to bring glory to their family. However, no one believed him. No one was willing to help or give him a chance. Even worse, no one acknowledges his efforts. Disciple Kong Li has seen the master. He knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. Good boy. Master Shang waved his hand to lift him up. From now on, you're my disciple, and I'll give you the courtesy name Meng. I'll choose an auspicious day to properly worship heaven and earth so you can officially enter my school. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:16 Wake Up. The young Kong Meng bowed to an altar representing heaven and earth before bowing to his teacher, Master Shang. He did serve the latter tea, concluding the master-disciple relationship. Master Shang nodded in satisfaction, while Kong Meng had a wide grin. So, Master, what are you going to teach me? Master Shang did not mean the latter's slightly impetuous actions. On the contrary, he had always admired the boy's desire to pursue knowledge. I must ensure he's not led astray by the cultivation world and starts to pursue power instead of knowledge, Master Shang reminded himself. Let's start with a brief history of our school, Master Shang uttered. My master was a young scholar named Songyu. He was an upright and righteous man, loved by the people and the king. Unfortunately, officialdom is cruel. No one could not tolerate my master's rigid views and conduct. So, countless ministers worked together to frame him. Kong Meng had a look of indignation. How could these people do such a thing to a righteous scholar? Is the world so cruel? No, Kong Meng had seen the world's cruelty, but he thought this resulted from poverty in this small town. He thought a place like the dynasty's capital would be a bright place full of sages and men worthy of respect. Master Shang noticed his apprentice's emotional fluctuations. Truthfully, he told him their school's origin to eliminate this young boy's naivety. He even plans to take him around the world to truly experience the darkness of the world. Of course, he'll also show him the light. As I said, the king loved my master, Master Shang continued. So, he secretly let him escape. The master was blessed by fate and soon had a fortunate encounter and started his cultivation journey. He retreated for decades, hoping to return to the dynasty with newfound strength and rectify his name. As he should, Kong Meng nodded with a clenched fist. Unfortunately, by the time he returned, the king had fallen, and the dynasty had already collapsed with countless warlords fighting for powers. The master wanted to support the remains of the royal family to re-establish the dynasty, but another competing group had already massacred them. Master Shang sipped his tea, taking this moment to allow his young apprentice to digest his words. The master felt lost, so he returned to the cultivation world. However, that side was also not peaceful. The human race and the myriad emperor world as a whole had suffered tremendously at the hands of the devil race, leaving the cultivation world full of hatred, resentment, and cruelty. The master grew ambitious, wishing to use the literary way's ideas of rule, etiquette, righteousness, and respect to establish peace throughout the world. Master Shang secretly shook his head. His master's ambitions were too grand. In fact, he was extremely conservative with his words. His master directly wanted the literary way to dominate the world, even overwhelming Taoism, the sword path, and many other schools of thought. Sadly, his talent could not bear his ambitions. He died during his supreme realm tribulation. Master, don't worry. I promise to fulfill the grand teacher's ambitions, Kong Meng promised. No need for that, Master Shang said. He knew that even if his apprentice could become an eternal emperor, he could not make the literary way the dominant school of thought in the world. Such a goal requires countless generations of success. Even then, the chances of success were not high. You can form your own path, goal, and ambition, Master Shang said. As for how far you can go, that'll depend on you and fate. I understand, Kong Meng nodded. Master Shang waved his hand to summon 3 things, 2 books and a bamboo book bag. These 2 techniques will be the foundation of your cultivation journey, Master Shang said. The first is called measuring the world with your feet. It's a body-refining technique that can draw earth energy from the ground and temper your body. You only need to walk. The more you walk, the more energy you can gather, and the more powerful your body will become. Sadly, it's incomplete, but maybe you can finish it. I'll try my best, Kong Meng nodded. The second one is related to this bamboo bag, Master Shang continued. This technique is called the weight of knowledge. It's a unique technique of our literary school that combines cultivation with weapon refining. Master Shang pointed at the book bag. The technique will allow you to fuse condensed righteous qi and fuse it with your origin qi. Additionally, it will also convert the power of knowledge into a tangible force to nourish the book bag. The more you know, the more powerful of a weapon the bag will become, and one day, you may use it as a proving Tao artifact or a luck-condensing artifact. Master Shang saw the confusion in his young disciple's eyes, realizing the latter knew nothing about the cultivation world. First, remember these techniques, and start training tomorrow. The next day, Master Shang and Kong Meng started their journey. Kong Meng had the book bag on his back, reading a book while walking. He was also breathing in a strange manner as he walked, and if someone of decent cultivation observed him, they would have discovered his breathing was following a certain rhythm of the earth, allowing him to draw energy from it. Master, is there something you don't understand? It's hard for me to be walking, reading, breathing, and visualizing, Kong Meng said with a wry smile. He did not want to complain since this was a rare opportunity, but such a daunting task was too much for him. Master Shang was slightly embarrassed. This was his first disciple, so he was not good at this kind of thing. Let's do this. While we're on the road, you focus on tempering your body. At night, when we rest, you can read, and before going to bed, you can visualize the sages. It would be best for you to condense your righteous qi as soon as possible. I can then teach you a method of dividing your mind. I'll try my best. Emperor Kong woke up from his memories and sighed. In his life, he has felt powerless 4 times. The first time was when he first met his wife and accidentally injured her. He tried to apologize, but she was not having it, making him feel powerless. The second time was after entering the Saint realm. He became arrogant and tried to use righteous qi to purify the blood earth. His action resulted in an accident that almost eradicated Master Shang. He took action and nourished the latter's spirit with his law, even cracking his Tao tree in the process. Many historians say that Emperor Kong was not talented enough, so he needed Heavenly Tao's help to give him the final push to become an eternal. But that was not the complete truth. The truth is that Emperor Kong's foundation was injured after he cracked his Tao tree to prevent Master Shang from dying. Although he later did everything he could to fix it, his foundation was always imperfect and thus needed the extra boost. He only completely fixed the problem after experiencing Tao re-establishment. The third time I felt this powerless was when Bai Han started hating me due to miscommunication, and the fourth time was today, Emperor Kong thought. He suddenly felt outraged. Boom! His right hand crushed the table next to him, creating a small black hole in the process. His aura was grand and agitating, making the room tremble under his pressure. Master. Emperor Kong finally noticed his 2 new favorite disciples were in the room. He sighed, I'm sorry you had to see me like this. What exactly happened with your conversation with Wang Wei to have you so riled up? Lin Fan asked. Nothing to be concerned about. Don't worry about it, Emperor Kong replied. Lin Fan could tell something was wrong but also detected that it may not be wise to talk about this now. Meanwhile, Su Shi frowned. She had seen this kind of look countless times before. The anger and frustration of having your pride and arrogance trampled on, the subtle fear mixed with respect and reverence, followed by envy and jealousy, shed seen countless times in the heavenly court. She sighed, Master, the last thing you can do right now is to let Wang Wei's rhythm affect you. Emperor Kong looked at her. I've seen him doing it countless times. He'll use his words to beat you down, suppress your arrogance, and corner you until you agree with him or he destroys you. The trick to his methods is the mindset and rhythm. He has conditioned your mind to work in a certain way, making you overlook things and, more importantly, make you predictable. What you need to do now is break the mold he placed you in. Replay your conversation from a bystander standpoint. Analyze every word, action, micro-expression, intonation, and even the way he breathes. Analyze everything to see if you miss something and break away from the shackles he placed in your mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1317 Compensation. Emperor Kong felt a jolt in his mind after hearing these words. He felt embarrassed that his apprentice had to remind him, but he was glad she did. He exhaled deeply and nodded in approval to her before closing his eyes. Su Shi sighed in relief after seeing this. She knows how capable her master is. With his intelligence, he was more than capable of competing with Wang Wei. He might even win some battles. Since the lower dimension, she's been studying Tao overlords, trying to understand who they were and what made them so terrifying. The conclusion she deduced was the outlaw trial. On the surface, this trial was to test whether these people were worthy to wield these innately potent Taos, but that was far from the truth. However, Su Shi did not believe these words. The idea of wielding laws is only a bait Grand Tao used to attract these overlords. Most of them are arrogant and prideful, thus usually choosing these super Taos. The core of the outlaw trial is to mold these people into the monster they are. Under the pressure of death and having no choice but to rely on their intelligence to survive, the Tao lords and overlords are slowly and methodically transformed into the ultimate schemers, strategizers, and manipulators as they fight for their lives in a chess game against heavenly Tao. To have the slightest chance at survival, they must be flawless. They must learn to think countless steps ahead, break the shackles in their minds, become capable of thinking outside the box, attain mastery over controlling their emotions, know their weaknesses, physically and mentally, and learn how to prevent others from taking advantage of their flaws. According to Su Shi, many Tao lords or Tao overlord seeds exist in the world. These people have the potential to pass the trial and might even have been on the list of people that Grand Tao planned to lure and train. However, these people made different choices, choosing non-outlaw Taos. His master was one of them. These seeds can become as terrifying as the Tao overlords without the trial. However, this usually requires an extremely long period of training. Without the trial, they must mold themselves into that monster. Of course, the process was not easy, especially the one about removing the cognitive blockade of the mind. Most of these seeds might spend the rest of their lives without succeeding or barely succeeding. Compared to the direct advantage of passing the trial, the slow and steady approach was less effective. Lin Fan looked at his wife. He knew she was studying Wang Wei's behavior, but he did not expect her to know him so intimately. He gave her a look that said, "Why do you know so much about another man?" Su Shi rolled his eyes, so Lin Fan changed tactics. He used his facial expression to indicate to her that he was emotionally hurt and that she should heal his bruising heart. Unfortunately, he only received a pinch and a warning not to play around. However, Lin Fan could not be defeated so easily. He must make a big deal out of this. Was he jealous? Absolutely not. He knew what kind of person his wife was, so he trusted her. However, this was a rare opportunity for him to get some action, so he would not waste it. However, he also understood this was indeed not the best time and place, so he gave his wife one of those looks that only couples understood. He did not hide his intention. Su Shi replied with a look that said they would talk later, and Lin Fan chuckled internally. Since she did not give him a direct no, he had already won half of the battle. His future looked bright. Emperor Kong remained still for 3 days, and when he opened his eyes, they released an intense light brighter than a sunstorm. He had figured out what he had missed, what Wang Wei was planning. It all comes down to his greedy nature, Emperor Kong thought. According to him, Heavenly Tao should have chosen him as the son of Era to eliminate these parasites, which would also serve as a way to enhance the foundation and background of the academy. However, since Wang Wei was now the destined one, Emperor Kong's path was cut off. Without the resources from these parasites, it would be suicide for him to fight against the Grand Sect Alliance. So, this cannot be allowed unless Heavenly Tao plans to abandon him and not choose him as one of the Transcendent factions. Would Heavenly Tao abandon him? The answer is no, Emperor Kong thought. Assuming what Wang Wei said is true, I was chosen because Heavenly Tao wants one academy to be one of the factions with a Transcendent foundation. So why choose me, the upstart, over the others? It's because I haven't been corrupted. There are many academies throughout the world, but the most powerful ones have already joined the Grand Sect Alliance. Meanwhile, the rest have formed different levels of alliances to support themselves. However, such behaviors are not why Heavenly Tao has a problem with them. The key to the issue is these people have lost their essence. Their academies now have countless restrictions on whom to teach, primarily racial limitations. And when it comes to regular and loose cultivators, these academies will invite them but will not teach them wholeheartedly. Instead, they'll focus most of their resources on nobles, people with high backgrounds, exceptional bloodlines, etc. The purpose of the academy was to increase access to high-level training and resources for cultivators, thus lowering the influence of these sects and clans. So, there is no way for Heavenly Tao to choose these people after they've lost their essence. If Heavenly Tao wants to continue its plan, it must compensate me for losing the resources from killing the parasites, Emperor Kong analyzed. And that's what Wang Wei is after. He wants a share of that compensation. Emperor Kong frowned. Maybe this is not a bad thing. Heavenly Tao is not a charity. If it will compensate me without having to do anything, I'll owe it an immense karmic debt. It would be different if Emperor Kong was the chosen one and had to work for the resources by eliminating these parasites, which would also be considered an act of service for Heavenly Tao. Maybe I can draw Wang Wei in to share the karmic debt, Emperor Kong thought before immediately canceling this idea. Based on how easily he accepted the karmic debt involving the two sages, he must have an excellent way to block karma. If I try to use him, I might lose resources while still owing a major debt. An intense light flashed in Emperor Kong's eyes. In that case, let's just owe the debt. Anyway, this is my home, and paying the debt is also a way to strengthen the world. People do not want to owe Heavenly Tao karma because the latter might dangle it over their heads, never asking for repayment. However, Emperor Kong was not worried about being able to repay it. After analyzing Wang Wei's words, he realized the Eternal Ascension World's Heavenly Tao was highly ambitious. It probably wishes to acquire the title of Strongest Chaos World. With such ambitions, there will be plenty of opportunities to repay the debt. Additionally, other worlds will not stand by and watch as this world becomes increasingly more powerful, especially after seeing how capable it was during the Second Origin War. Emperor Kong looked in the distance and uttered, "A bright mirror can reflect anything, even the secrecy and hiddenness of fate." An intense righteous qi gathered above the academy to form an invisible mirror that shone its light on every corner of this enormous city. The mirror's light had a direct target, people's fate line. It observed and kept a watch on everything. A few people noticed this change, were shocked, and ready to defend themselves. However, after noticing the Dean's breath, they stopped themselves. After taking over Blood Dragon's territory, Wang Wei's Fate Shadow Guard should have expanded. This method should make it harder for them to infiltrate the academy, Emperor Kong thought. He then finally focused on his disciples. "Shire, thank you very much." Her words not only changed his mindset on how to deal with Wang Wei but also how to deal with other powerful opponents with high-level intellects. "Master, I'm only doing my job as a disciple." Emperor Kong smiled. "That's why you're my favorite." "Master," Lin Fan complained. "He used to be the favorite." "It's not like you didn't know this." Emperor Kong waved his hand before glancing at his son. "Why are you jittery?" Bai Han, complaining in his mind that he was the son and should be the favorite, woke up after hearing his father's words. Madame Shun came again. This time, she said she won't leave until you decide. Emperor Kong groaned softly. He had just dealt with one headache, but another arrived at his door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:18 Always a step ahead. Madame Shun is from the Sunshine Pavilion. She's the mistress, controlling all its power. However, despite its poetic name, the pavilion is, in fact, a chain of brothels that target cultivators, including emperors and empyreans. All the pavilion's women and men, Cultivate Yin-Yang Dao, or a source technique about dual cultivation. Cultivators can visit when they need some help with their cultivation. If they pay for the lowest Tier 1 service, they can dual cultivate with a partner of their choice, but only through holding hands. Such service is crucial to cultivators below rank 10 as they can use it to break through bottlenecks, but it can only provide some cultivation bonus to great emperors and other paths. Tier 2 services involve physical intercourse, and the effects are even better. It's possible to increase a person's cultivation by a few % if they have just become great emperors. Tier 3 services involved women with their primordial yin and yang intact, making the process even more potent. That's not to mention other benefits like tempering the body and soul. Tier 4 and 5 services involved people with special physiques, with the difference being that Tier 5 girls also have their primordial yin and yang preserved. In the cultivation world, there is something called a cauldron physique, a unique physique with excellent dual cultivation properties. Devil cultivators love this type of physique as it is the best way to strengthen their foundation, and other cultivators love it because it's the best way to break through bottlenecks. Of course, women despise it because this physique primarily exists in women, and the fate of the cauldron is always terrible. The Sunshine Pavilion provided cauldrons but at an exuberant price. All their prices are beyond expensive, but Tier 4 reaches another stratosphere, and that's because the price also involves numeration to ensure the owner of the cauldron physique can recuperate. Well, at least, that's their explanation of why the price is so expensive, but people know better. Cauldrons have terrible fates because others forcefully plunder their primordial yin, injuring their bodies and souls and even destroying their cultivation foundation. However, the Sunshine Pavilion used a harmonious yin-yang dual cultivation technique, meaning the cauldron physiques benefit the owner instead of harming them. So, everyone with some knowledge knows their so-called price is bullshit. Unfortunately, many people rush to utilize their services despite knowing this. Most people's talent cannot take them far after becoming immortal, so after being stuck in one place for millions of yuan epochs, many people will pay the price of an increase of 1% in their cultivation. Even people with talent and resources will suffer from bottlenecks, and sometimes, using the Sunshine Pavilion services might be cheaper than the alternative methods of their factions. Emperor Kong has dealt with the Sunshine Pavilion, not because he used their services but because they are also one of the largest spy networks in the world. When men are in their most relaxed state, they can easily open their mouths and spill information. Meanwhile, the women who use the pavilion services are often secretive about it due to societal pressure, making it easier to get information about them. Lastly, the pavilion has a system in which they can offer discounts if someone provides them with valuable information. With all their branches scattered worldwide, the Sunshine Pavilion is among the best in the information business, so Emperor Kong has dealt with them. However, his problem with Madame Shun is not her business or some kind of contradiction that happened between them. She wanted to open a yin-yang school in the academy. Her request immediately sent the academy into chaos. Some elders agreed as they know that yin-yang Dao is one of the supreme paths of cultivation no matter which form it is practiced. Meanwhile, others vehemently denied this request, believing such a method of practicing yin-yang Dao contradicts many of the core ideologies about the literary way. They've been arguing for more than 50 million years since Madame Shun made that request, and the only way to end this debate is for the dean to decide. Emperor Kong has no problem opening the yin-yang school. Since his path is to enlighten all sentient beings, he would not exclude anyone. His hesitation is because of the true owner of the Sunshine Pavilion. I don't want to deal with that crazy woman, Emperor Kong sighed, feeling a headache coming. Wang Wei was a problem, but he was still a reasonable person, but that woman was not. She could attack the academy without any reason. It would be a nightmare if she had an actual reason. If I don't make a choice soon, that will be reason enough for her to act against me or the academy. Emperor Kong once again felt frustrated. He could not beat her, and he might even suffer terribly if he angered her. All right, I'll deal with her. Master, what are you going to do? Lin Fan asked. He knew how complicated the issue of Madame Shun was. I'll tell her we can start the yin-yang school in the academy's branches as a test trial, Emperor Kong said. That should satisfy her for now while also preventing that crazy woman from having any direct connection to the main branch. Emperor Kong sighed as he flew away. He decided to spend a few days with Master Shang to isolate himself from the world. This should soothe his mind. Then, he'll go on a vacation with his wife. Wang Wei was walking around Origin Seal City with a candy stick in his hand, enjoying himself. He enjoyed the overall feel of this city as the atmosphere perfectly blended a mortal city with a cultivation city. That's how he was about to buy this candy from a stall on the street. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of his future wife's terrific standards. The food in this place was beyond excellent. Every restaurant he visited in the past few days had its own unique cuisine, techniques, and recipes. Wang Wei stopped as he suddenly sensed something. He looked in the distance, and his vision penetrated endless distance as he saw a bright mirror above the academy's city. Have you figured it out? He shook his head. I'm starting to regret making friends with that little girl, Su Shi. Wang Wei did not mind despite his words, since that's how most friendships in the cultivation world, especially relationships with people of different factions or lineages. The lineage's benefit must come above everything, including friendship. Not a bad move, old man, Wang Wei commented. However, this is not enough to stop me. He raised his hand to condense a few karmic threads, mainly Emperor Kong, Lin Fan, Su Shi, and the Lower Dimension Academy. Emperor Kong owed him much more karma than the latter admitted due to everything he did for the academy in the lower dimension. So, what Wang Wei plans to do is to force him to repay that karma, or he will suffer a potent and immediate backlash that not only damages his soul but also affects his luck. And what's the best way to repay that karmic debt? Of course, it's from that compensation from Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei manipulated the threads to do his bidding, ensuring Emperor Kong would not notice anything until he received the compensation. By then, he'll have no opportunity to delay and must pay immediately. Heavenly Tao is planning for Transcendent factions, but there must be a difference between them, Wang Wei sneered. He had no personal grudge against Emperor Kong or the Academy but must ensure his faction's supremacy in the upcoming era. After all, in this world, more power means more resources, so Wang Wei, who always knew this, never stopped striving for more power and resources for the sect. Wang Wei bit his candy, enjoying the unique sweetness with the ability to improve his mood. If not for his cultivation level, this thing might affect his state of mind, which is truly impressive. This city was truly remarkable. Even the candy maker had some achievements in the Tao of cooking. I'm starting to wonder whether I bragged too much that day, Wang Wei thought. With such an impressive palate, could he create a dish that makes her swallow those words back? He sighed, feeling his future was bleak. Wang Wei headed toward the next restaurant. However, he did not take a few steps when something landed from the sky before him. He saw a beautiful woman in golden metallic armor from shoulder to toe, looking like a Valkyrie from Earthsmith. What can I do for you, young lady? Wang Wei asked, already having a prediction. I've been ordered to hand you this token and a message. You've wasted enough time. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He knew the suffering that awaited him, so he's been delaying for the past few days, trying to enjoy himself as much as possible. However, it seems this future wife cannot wait to beat him up. Wang Wei waved his hand, and the token flew into his palm. The Valkyrie woman did not say anything else and flew away. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sighed before activating the token, disappearing from the middle of the street. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1319 Arranged Marriage. Wang Wei floated above the air, looking at this new environment. Is this the Origin Seal continent? This place is odd. As soon as he stepped into this world, he found his mind clear, and inspiration about different Daos flashed in his mind. He scanned this place with his divine sense. In terms of size, this continent was approximately 100 times larger than the lower dimension, which is considered small by the upper dimension standard. It's extremely beneficial to cultivate in this place, but the reason for that is not an abundance of Dao Qi, Wang Wei muttered. The concentration of Tao Qi in this place was extraordinary, but it was not the main reason why it was so special. Wang Wei teleported to a forest nearby and started to play with the grass. "No way," he muttered as he examined the trees, rivers, mountains, and animals. He then scanned the continent a second time, observing everything on a more profound level. "What a brilliant method," he praised. Everything on this continent was made of runes. From the grass to the trees, the clouds, the rain, the air, volcanoes, the ocean, everything was made from different runes, making this place the holy place for professionals. Just by observing a single tree in the Origin Seal continent, these people can gain a deep understanding of wood runes, vitality runes, life runes, and many more. Even the animals are composed of runes Wang Wei studied. She used essence rune to create the body, Qi rune to give the body the life energy and other energies for the body to function, and finally, the spirit rune created things like the mind, spirit, and soul. Such a method can be described as true creation, especially compared to the cheap Grand Mist Wheel method. Wu Hong used her Dao to control other Daos, which in this case is creation Dao. With such a method, it's no wonder she could compete for status with the Skill Dao Association. Is this a microcosm of the eternal ascension world? No, maybe the chaos universe? Wang Wei immediately checked after having this idea. His eyes saw a gray river that ran through every fabric of this continent. This river was something he was familiar with, yet it was also different. A river of fate created with runes, Wang Wei thought. It is common knowledge that runes is the language of Grand Dao. But it was after today that he realized what these words truly meant. Wang Wei checked, and as expected, he saw the river of time, a source Qi space, heavenly Dao, and even primordial chaos, which surrounded this continent and served as a barrier or protection, and they were all created with runes. "Wait, where is Samsara?" Wang Wei muttered. He searched and he found it. Did she steal power from the Yama kings? He could tell the Samsara of this continent was operating like any others. In other words, anyone who enters this continent will be under the jurisdiction of Wu Hong's Samsara instead of the ones controlled by Grand Dao and the Samsara Cardinal. I knew she was capable, but this is something else, Wang Wei sighed. More importantly, she's so ballsy. Damn it, why did I find myself a rose? Has it really been that long, or have I developed a new kink for capable women? I guess it isn't new. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these complicated thoughts from his mind. He focused on the Origin Seal continent. This was the perfect place for him to retreat. By studying this place's runes, he can significantly improve his fate domination Dao. As he was thinking about how best to utilize this new resource, the token he received from the Valkyrie vibrated, sending him a message of where to go next. Wang Wei sighed before flying up, breaking through the barrier around this continent and entering the artificially created primordial chaos. Through the token, he soon found a magnificent palace that shocked Wang Wei to his core. The White Palace was so beautiful and grand that he only thought of one thing. How rich is this woman? He had recognized many of the materials used to build this thing, but many of them were things he did not recognize, probably from other chaos worlds. The palace itself is probably a paragon artifact, and the formation engraved on them gives me the goosebump, Wang Wei thought. He felt a deep sense of danger as he glanced at that palace. He also realized why these parasites never messed with this place. That artifact alone is probably enough to send all of them into limbo. The token served as an entrance pass, so Wang Wei soon found himself before a door. He rearranged his clothes, checked his hair, and straightened his posture before walking. "Future wife, have you missed me?" The room immediately entered a state of awkwardness. Wu Hong, who was somberly looking through the window, glanced at him for a few seconds before continuing her stargazing. Wang Wei's lips twitched. "I didn't do anything, right? I even boldly but subtly showed her the state of my karmic line to prove my loyalty." He secretly sighed. Even dating back on Earth was not this hard. He walked next to her and also stargaze. The sight before him was indeed beautiful as it showed the birth of a universe with all its stars, planets, galaxies, and many cosmic wonders. Then, the universe dies before restarting. The entire process takes place in just a few minutes. In other words, these two used the creation and destruction of a universe as something to stargaze, something to appreciate. After watching this scene for the third time, Wang Wei said, "Come on, use your words. We are all adults, so if you have an issue, let's discuss it." A common dating advice on the internet from Wang Wei's previous life was, "Communication is vital in any relationship." That is indeed sound advice, but how many people can effectively use it? Not to mention that this advice rarely mentions that knowing how to communicate is as important, if not more important, than communicating itself. "Something has been on my mind," Wu Hong said calmly. "Why did you accept the relationship so easily? It's apparent to anyone that you, of all people, would reject any form of fated love. Yet, from her memories, besides some insignificant reservations, you quickly accepted that marriage." Wu Hong looked at him. "It can't be because of love at first sight. Rational people like us don't buy into such a thing. So, why did you do it? Since you've accepted it once, why not accept it a second time?" "That's an interesting question and one I've thought about a lot before," Wang Wei replied. "And the answer is much simpler than you think. Before the Supreme Outlaw trial, my relationship was pretty good. She was like a doting mother, and I was like a rebellious child who did not want to follow in their parents' footsteps or arrangement for the future." "What a strange analogy," Wu Hong said with a frown. "I know, but it's the best way to explain it," Wang Wei continued. "Continue." "After the trial, well, my mind was more open, and I was even more rebellious. Then, things went sour after learning about my status as a fate seed. Before those events, I saw our situation as an arranged marriage. My loving and doting mother, Fate, chose a wonderful woman for me, and after meeting her and seeing how beautiful, compassionate, capable, and compatible we were, I accepted it. Of course, I'm still the rebellious son. Just because I accepted it once doesn't mean I'll accept it a second time." Then, our relationship worsened, and there was no longer room for reconciliation. Wu Hong took a moment to process these words. Such a strange way to explain the situation, yet it still makes sense, she nodded. "So, did you feel any instant connection after meeting her?" "Not all," Wang Wei shook his head. "On the contrary, I feel our relationship is an ill-fated one. That girl will suffer immensely in her life if she gets with me." "Oh." Wu Hong felt he was not saying these words without any basis. "Tell me more." She motioned for him to sit down before serving tea. Wang Wei felt relaxed, and it was not only because the tea was refreshing but also because the tension in the room had dissipated. So, he told his future wife everything that happened during his meeting with Sun Junyao, including his conjectures about his transcendent ability to influence the chessboard. He also told her about his conversation with Emperor Kong, mainly his conjecture about transcendent factions, and that the academy was chosen for one of the spots. "What do you think?" "About what specifically?" Wang asked. He had said many things, and some she needed time to digest. "Let's start with recruiting Sun Junyao," Wang Wei answered. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 13:20 Chess Player and Chess Pieces Unedited Chapter. "I had similar thoughts before," Wu Hong admitted. "However, she had trouble trusting people, and because those two had their eyes on her, I never brought it up before. But, as you said, I'm considered half her master, so it should not be an issue for her to join me, if she wants to." Although Sun Junyao had the potential to enter the next realm, Wu Hong would not force her or use emotional manipulation to trick her into her faction. She disdains doing such a thing. However, she will indeed extend an invitation. A promise of the perfect foundation method should increase your chances, Wang Wei nodded. However, do you think the path of perfection is truly the best for her? What's with the sudden change? The last time they talked, they agreed that the path of perfection was, well, perfect for Sun Junyao. "I've been thinking about this since our conversation," Wang Wei said. "People often believe that perfection is a taboo because it is the quickest and easiest way to transcend, and it's also a way to tap into Grand Tao's power. But what if things were not so simple? It's one thing to achieve a perfect body, or perfect Tao, but you should understand what it means to have a perfect mind. Cold, indifferent, calculating, and more importantly, no emotions, Wu Hong replied. Yes, in the path of perfection, human emotions are a liability, so people on this path will either eliminate it or suppress it to the lowest level possible, Wang Wei nodded. However, these people are also the most ruthless. They will do anything to achieve their goals and have no bottom line. Wang Wei considered himself a ruthless person, and his path of absolute freedom required him to have no moral restrictions. However, there are certain things he would never do, for example, forcing himself on someone else. He just needs to know he has the power to do it without any mortal guilt without doing it. These people don't care about friends, families, and loved ones. Everything can be abandoned for their pursuit of the Tao. It's fine if something like Grand Tao or Heavenly Tao, who is the consciousness that controls the rules of reality, but if cultivators had a similar mindset, they will turn heaven and earth upside down, maybe even destroy it to achieve their goals, Wu Hong finished, and her eyes lit up. That's why it's a taboo. Grand Tao wants people to achieve transcendence, but he doesn't want them to do it in an extreme manner that may endanger the chaos universe. Exactly. Wu Hong sighed. I understand Grand Tao's point of view, but the path of transcendence is already difficult to traverse. On top of everything else, rules limit how we operate. That's why, in the end, cultivators will revolt against heaven and earth. Wang Wei did not say Grand Tao but implied it. The two of them became quiet for a few seconds. This short conversation revealed the trend of the entire chaos universe. Peak paragons will not accept there are certain things they cannot do to reach the pinnacle of the world, and this is even more so for half-step transcendence. Considering that their strength means the rules no longer limit them, it's foreseeable how much chaos the world will be plunged into as Grand Tao tries to suppress and restrict these people, and they try to fight back. Let's not talk about that for now, Wu Hong said. She sensed that their conversation might soon be sensed and be warned. However, without the path of perfection, Sun Junyo's future will not be as bright. Then, a look of realization dawned on her as she glanced at Wang Wei. Yin Yang, your Tao also included freedom, so she can follow your example and walk the path of imperfect perfection. That's a path with more potential. No, better yet, the path, emotional perfection. Emotional perfection? In that case, she would need to change her Tao to 6 emotion 7 desires or focus on spiritual practice. That's not a problem, Wu Hong answered. Once she perfects her state of mind, she'll realize her copy Tao is not the best fit for her. I'll then suggest she switches her primary Tao. Wang Wei nodded. Switching primary Tao is a dangerous thing since the cultivator will need to reforge their Tao imprints, change their Tao body and, awakening, transform their soul, and lastly, their cultivation realm might drop, unless they cultivate a sub-Tao to the same level of their primary Tao before switching. Well, we've laid a path for her, but it's up to her whether she chooses to walk on it, Wang Wei said. No matter how much they plan or how extraordinary their ideas are, it's up to Sun Junyao to decide. That's true. Let's not talk about her anymore. What do you think about Emperor Kong? Wang Wei asked. He's indeed a lucky individual, Wu Hong admitted, not hiding her jealousy like Wang Wei. Oh, you never found a wonder of heaven and earth? Wang Wei figured if someone were lucky enough to get such a thing, it would have been his future wife. Only 2 appeared during the previous era, and they were all before I ascended, Wu Hong explained. And I've never found anything during my travels. Well, I did find a few who have already been used, but as you know, those are no longer wonders. What happened to those 2? Wang Wei asked. Although he had read the historical records, he still asked since she might have known more than the sect had given him. A few people used the first one to give birth to Tao children, while the other disappeared. No one knows who took it and even what it did. Do you think the Dusk Emperor took it? Wang Wei asked with bright eyes. You think that's how they became a boundless without following the eternal path? That's one of the most feasible explanations. You may be right that they used a wonder, but it was definitely not that one, Wu Hong explained. They didn't tell you? I thought you guys were friends. Do you tell your friends all your deepest secrets? Wu Hong rebutted. True, Wang Wei nodded. However, he suddenly felt that the Dusk Emperor did not use a wonder. After all, these things become useless after a certain amount of use, so there is no point in keeping it a secret. And if, by chance, there were still a few uses of that wonder, the Dusk Emperor should have used them for her family or close friend or sold them for a high price. Do you have any theory on who took that wonder? Wang Wei returned the topic to the Golden Era's wonders. Most people now believe the primogenitor devil is the one who took it, Wu Hong calmly explained. Is this how he acquired that artifact? No, that can't be right. He told me it was a secret trial he discovered in primordial chaos. That wonder was probably related to the soul, Wu Hong explained. From what Yen Hai told me, the devil primogenitor was besieged by more than a dozen primals and hundreds of peak paragons, but he survived and even won countless victories. Damn, is the difference between the two realms so vast? With just a broken treasure, the devil primogenitor remained undefeated in the face of all these unparalleled genesis. Wait, his soul? Oh, I understand. Yes, his soul should have collapsed after using that artifact more than 5 times, but he fought in over a dozen battles. That wonder must have broken the limits on his soul and probably allowed him to acquire some characteristic of half-step transcendent. Wang Wei sipped his tea. When I talked with the devil primogenitor, he revealed he was a pawn in Grand Dao's plan to lure Qiyuan into starting the Second Origin War and push the Chaos Universe into the Age of Transcendence. Although Qiyuan went rogue and created the ultimate taboo instead, the overall goal was achieved. Now, I'm even more confident that Emperor Kong has the destiny of a transcendent faction. I'm also convinced that wonders might be one of Grand Dao's greatest tools on the chessboard. Whenever one appears, there must be a grand plan at play. According to your theory, Heavenly Dao wanted the world to prosper, so it's understandable why it would release the Yin-Yang land to give birth to more talented cultivators, ensuring the prosperity of the Golden Era, Wu Hong nodded. Everything is connected, and everyone is either a chess piece or a chess player, Wang Wei sighed. Such simple yet profound words, Wu Hong sighed. Paragons are at the top of the world, so they should be chess players, right? No, they are only more valuable chess pieces. Only by taking a small step into the realm of transcendence can one be considered a chess player, but even they are chess pieces for people of higher levels like the Cardinals or the final boss, Grand Dao. Let's not think about such a depressing thing, Wang Wei continued. Assuming my theory is correct, how many transcendent factions do you think this world can give birth to? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1321 Transcendent Faction Analysis, Unedited Chapter 7, and if you add those two, a total of 9, Wu Hong replied without hesitation. So much. You underestimate what it means to be half the universe's destiny center, Wu Hong calmly explained. Had we truly become the center, it would probably be enough to cultivate 33 factions, and I'm talking about factions, not individuals. A faction can have multiple half-step transcendence. For example, if Sun Junyao joins the Origin Seal continent, they'll have at least 2. Meanwhile, the Dao opening sect is full of talents capable of reaching that realm, and with all of Wang Wei's ideas, they have a bright future ahead. 9 factions, Wang Wei uttered. Buddhism and Taoism already have a spot. Emperor Kong represents the literary way and the academy. Taoism, Buddhism, and the literary way are the 3 most prominent and widespread religions/philosophies/schools of thought in the chaos universe, usually known as the trifecta. Although my ancestor went rogue, he is the main contributor to the eternal ascension world's destiny and prosperity. Heavenly Dao must pay that karma, so a place will go to us. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong. It must give you a spot, Wang Wei continued. You can reach that level without the help of destiny, and knowing you probably hold a grudge for what happened with the Curse Master, This might be the best way to appease you. That may be one of the considering factors, but not the greatest one. Wu Hong shook his head. You'll get a spot due to the destiny of profession Dao. Without how the origin seal continent operates, it will be easier for us to train transcendent tier professions. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Once Wu Hong reaches the next realm and creates transcendent runes, the origin seal continent will reach a, well, transcendent level among all professions. Don't get cocky, Wang Wei warned. Once Yen Liling achieves half-step transcendent, you'll lose your monopoly over transcendent runes. That girl is indeed talented, but I've never been afraid of any challenges, Wu Hong replied calmly. Not to mention how much I'll achieve by the time she reaches our realm. True, Wang Wei sighed. He regretted not bringing Yen Liling and Li Jun with him to the upper dimension. He did not truly understand how terrifying a late start was in the upper dimension. Sadly, the lower dimension was blocked, so he could not even contact them and warn them to find a way to escape their sentences and ascend as soon as possible. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts from his mind. That's 5 spots, leaving 4. There is probably a spot for a dynasty, Wu Hong continued. The Way of Fortune dynasty protects ordinary mortals, so Heavenly Dao might give them a spot. Yes, with all these transcendent beings existing in one world, it's a good idea to have one whose interest is invested in protecting the mortals, Wang Wei agreed. So, do you think the Great Qin will have a spot? He'll probably be granted an opportunity to fight for it but not granted it directly, she replied. Oh. The human emperor is a great emperor, but he's not the ideal one, Wu Hong explained. The ideal emperor is Yang Zhe, the saint emperor of the Great Wen Divine Dynasty. He practices the way of Holy Emperor, also called the Compassion Emperor. Saint Emperor, a ruler that is a saint to his people but a tyrant to his enemy, Wang Wei muttered. He had read about the Saint Emperor and the Great Wen Dynasty. They were part of the dynasty alliance supported by other overlords to balance the power and influence of the Great Qin Saint Court. Such a man is indeed the ideal candidate, Wang Wei nodded. As a holy emperor, it is in his best interest to ensure the safety and prosperity of mortals, which should reassure Heavenly Dao to give him a spot. No matter how weak and insignificant mortals are, they are the sources of talent for all factions. However, once these transcendent factions rise, the mortals might become endangered. The higher the cultivators, the more indifferent they are to mortals, and this situation should worsen once half-step transcendence begins to show up. Not to mention how devastating the slightest confrontation between these beings will be to even paragons, let alone mortals. As such, it's in Heavenly Dao's best interest to choose a faction dedicated to protecting them. Sadly, he's too weak, Wang Wei sighed. The Saint Emperor was only a peak paragon, not a primal. Although he had an overwhelmingly positive image, deep connections, and excellent influence, this did not change the fact that he was weak. There is still hope for him, Wu Hong said. As long as he can use his experience from the Taboo to become primal, use his charisma and influence to control the alliance, he might be able to compete for the spot with secret support from the other overlords. You don't sound like you have a high enough faith in him, Wang Wei said. Although I don't like him, I must admit that Ing Zheng is a capable man with deep plans and many secrets, Wu Hong replied honestly. After so many years of interacting and competing with that man, she only finds out his origin goes back to the prehistoric world through her connection with Wang Wei. That's how deep he hides. How much of a chance do you think the Saint Emperor has? Probably 30%. So low. Wang Wei frowned. Yang Zhe has an unparalleled talent for governance that no other rulers can match, Wu Hong explained. Most dynasties rely on their vast and extended territories to gather luck, but he primarily relied on the people's welfare and happiness. However, if you compare his ability to scheme and plan to Ing Zheng's, you will see that he truly does not measure. Wang Wei squinted. What if we focus on his advantage? After all, the ultimate decision is up to Heavenly Dao, and it may have different requirements. You want to work with him? Wu Hong asked before thinking of something. You want to cooperate with him to spread your mortal rune civilization? That's right, Wang Wei nodded. It's a great way to boost the prosperity of his citizens and show Heavenly Tao he was the best choice. I still don't think his chances of success will be high, Wu Hong replied. Ultimately, the cultivation is about strength and strong preying on the weak. Even if Heavenly Tao granted him that destiny, it's very likely for Yingzheng to conquer or slaughter him to take it. I still think it's worth a try, Wang Wei said. If I succeed, I can stop the Qin Emperor, but even if I fail, I can delay his rise, and that's good enough for me. Well, it's a good move. You won't have to pay much if it fails, and you can still get some benefits, Wu Hong nodded. Then it's decided, Wang Wei said as he sipped his teeth. What about the other faction? What do you think? Especially the Grand Sect Alliance. As I said before, the skill association is useless, and it's the same with the exchange hall. As long as Emperor Kong keeps his heart of sage and continues training cultivators no matter the background, there is no need for a loose cultivators alliance to be so powerful. The innate demons are the third useless group. The next era will truly be the era when they lose their status and are no longer viable to compete with paragons and fiend gods. Wu Hong moistened her throat. After years of manipulation, the demon race's destiny has become to balance and suppress the innate demons, so they also have no value in the upcoming eras. However, Heavenly Tao might receive a spot just to provide some balance to the human race, but that probability is not high, considering we're the protagonists of the world, and we've done so much. The Divine Faith Heaven's leader is a highly talented person, but their purpose is also geared towards mortals. However, dynasties are healthier for cultivating mortals than faith, so they are also eliminated. No, they might be given a chance to compete with Yingzheng and the dynasties for that position. That only leaves the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, and the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei commented. The sword cultivators have ruined their own destiny by suppressing the ultimate sword path to ensure the supremacy of the extreme sword path, Wu Hong commented. So, I'm not too sure about their fate. I guess it doesn't help that the most powerful one among them is not even from their league, Wang Wei chuckled. True, Wu Hong nodded before continuing. The Myriad Clan Union used to serve a grand purpose, steal the chi luck associated with bloodline supremacy from the innate demon gods and transfer it to the human race. Now that the innate demon gods are about to be washed out from history, they might not be of much significance. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes. It also doesn't help them that one of their core leaders is one of your Wang clan. If they become a transcendent faction, then the potential of your clan will be too much. Heavenly Tao is all about balance. It will take that into account. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1322 Dugu Tianbai. Wang Wei frowned before shaking his head. You don't agree? Wang asked. If it were before, I would have agreed that the Myriad Clan Union served no purpose, Wang Wei replied. However, the first ancestor, Wang Gua, stole my idea of a human fiend god bloodline. If he plays his card right, he can steal more destiny from the fiend god race, and that should be enough for him to get a spot. That is possible, Wu Hong nodded. That leaves the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei continued. They are the most powerful, but somehow, Heavenly Tao abandoned them and even used them as a stepping stone for the academy. But it's because they overestimate themselves, Wu Hong sneered. Wang Wei even detected a flash of anger. There seems to be a story between you and them. Dugu, also known as the Supreme Might Paragon, is considered the Grand Chancellor of the Alliance. He's the one who first suggested the idea and the one who convinced countless sects and factions to join. Wu Hong did not hide the disdain in her eyes. He's charismatic, heroic, and was one of the most powerful primal of that era. Despite how she felt about him personally, she did not hesitate to mention his good characteristics. However, he's also extremely ambitious. Oh, how ambitious are we talking about? Wang Wei was curious since it's rare for Wu Hong to have such a high evaluation of a person's strength. He raised his cup to his mouth. He wants to conquer the world. Wang Wei coughed as the tea went inside the wrong pipe. Wait, are you saying, that's right. He wants to conquer the eternal ascension world. All other overlords will either bow to him or be destroyed. That is quite the ambition, Wang Wei sighed. This kind of goal seems almost impossible to achieve. After all, the Golden Era was called as such for a reason. With all these geniuses existing and competing against each other, it's a dream for Dugu Tianbai to conquer this place. However, it's not entirely impossible. As long as he can become the first, proper, half-step transcendence, he can quickly suppress the other two and conquer the world. Of course, such a method of achieving his goal has a major flaw, and that's the genius of that era. As long as one of them escapes, they will become unstable if they return later after achieving the same realm. It's fine for him to be ambitious, but he went about it in such a stupid way, Wu Hong sneered. Instead of focusing on being the first person to reach the next level and use absolute force to achieve his goal, he focused on political power. So, he started gathering sects to increase the alliance's strength? Wang Wei asked. That's right. At first, he did an excellent job. He even convinced those sects to live close to each other, making their disciples entangled with each other as if they were one giant family. He wanted to slowly assimilate them and eventually fuse them into one large sect? Exactly, Wu Hong nodded. His plan failed, but it did reduce many of the hostility and contradictions between these factions, turning them into a true and coherent alliance. However, he soon became mad. He divided the alliance into inner and outer members, with the latter rapidly expanding forces without any regard. He blackmailed, intimidated, and forced countless factions to become outer members, not even caring whether they were truly loyal or not. It sounds like he just wanted to use these people to expand the alliance's luck, Wang Wei commented. Did he want to use a large quantity of luck to try to enter the next realm? Dugu Tianbai is not stupid. He should have understood that such a loose amalgamation of luck was feeble and useless. And even if he wanted to walk the path of luck to become half-step transcendent, he would have needed the luck of the entire world. Hence his previous ambition to conquer the world, Wang Wei muttered. Yes, but I still don't understand why he did such a stupid thing, and I was not the only one. At first, many people thought he wanted to start a war, but anyone could see that these outer members would never support him fully, and many would betray him at the slightest sign of trouble. There are two ways to explain his behavior. Either he became prideful and made a stupid error, or there is some hidden reason he needed such a quantity of luck, even if they were not properly condensed. Wu Hong nodded. Many people deduced the same conclusion, and the other overlords tried many methods to find the source of Dugu Tianbai's change. However, no one had an answer to this day. I can now understand why Heavenly Tao is not a fan of the alliance, Wang Wei continued. If this man succeeds in his ambition, I reckon he would not hesitate to absorb all the world sources of this world to assist him in reaching the next level, and by controlling the world's chi luck, he can reduce, even eliminate Heavenly Tao's divine punishment for his action. Using one of the 3,800 source chaos worlds is one of the most direct ways to achieve half-step transcendence. Whether through Heavenly Tao or siphoning all the world's energy, world source, to forcefully elevate cultivation to the next realm, they are the best methods. Although these methods probably have some side effects and even higher consequences, most people capable of using them would not care. Many paragons have known this, but unfortunately for them, the Heavenly Tao of these worlds was also transcendent. As long as they try these people, they will be wiped out by divine punishment. Unfortunately, the ultimate taboo opened a can of worms. Many methods to bypass or even reduce the effect of divine punishment were distributed to cultivators across the chaos universe, endangering the source chaos worlds and making them more valuable. It would indeed be a disaster for the world if someone like Dugu Tianbai transcended, Wu Hong sneered. You don't seem to like him very much, Wang Wei asked. Wu Hong was briefly quiet. Although I don't like to admit it, I was the weakest of the 13 in terms of foundation. That bastard thought that meant I was a soft persimmon and tried to force me to surrender to him. So, you guys fought? Wu Hong nodded. Did you lose? Why would I lose? She stared at him. I thought you suffered at his hands, hence your resentment. Wu Hong shook his head. We fought for a few years and I had the advantage. However, once that bastard realized he was about to lose and his prestige might be affected, he became shameless. He called the other primals, claiming this was a large dispute between two factions, so everyone was allowed to participate. She sneered. I'm guessing his objective was not to besiege you? Of course not. He knew the others would not allow him to kill him and intervened in the conflict to de-escalate the situation. That way, he gets to walk away without technically suffering defeat. That's why I despise him. Wang Wei nodded, but his body suddenly paused as he thought something. Did he try to court you? Isn't it obvious? That bastard wanted my strength, lineage, and my body. Wu Hong genuinely looked disgusted as she thought of Dugu Tianbai. One of the things she despised the most was this kind of man who did not want a partnership with her. Instead, they wanted to conquer her like she was a delicious piece of meat. It did not help that all these men were weaker than her, and once they realized this, their egos became hurt, so they either abandoned such notion or tried every means to eliminate her. Wife, don't worry. I'll avenge your grievance once I have the strength and Dugu Tianbai returns from limbo. Who needs you to avenge them? I've been thinking for a long time of publicly slapping him in the face and ruining his reputation. Once I'm healed and achieve a perfect foundation, my strength should be enough, so there is no need for your help. Wife, can't you give me a chance to act arrogant and mainly before you? Wang Wei complained. This is the downside of having a powerful wife. There is no opportunity to show his masculine and manly side as a protector. Who's your wife? Wu Hong asked. A slip of the tongue, Wang Wei said casually before immediately changing the topic. If you remove the one for the dynasties, 3 spots remain. Based on your analysis, it should go to the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, and probably the Demon Race. However, there is also a high chance that these spots will be distributed to non-overlord factions. Do you have someone in mind? Wang asked. The Barbarian Race, Wang Wei replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1323. A more complex situation. Wu Hong nodded. Their origin makes them unique. Many cultivators are dedicated to studying history and culture throughout the Chaos universe, and they discovered something. Most cultures developed the same way. It's like there is a blueprint to ensure people's naming sense, language, philosophy, values, and many other factors developed the same culturally. There are a few outliers, but most are mutations of the outline. However, this fact has 2 true outliers, Buddhism and the Barbarian Race. Although these two have assimilated with the blueprint culture, it did not change the fact that the origin and essence of these 2 factions are entirely different. If I guess correctly, their origin should have something to do with the prehistoric world, Wu Hong continued. Heavenly Tao might give them a spot, just for the potential that the Barbarian Race might become the key to finally gaining access to that world. Now I feel conflicted, Wang Wei said. He knew one of his greatest advantages, especially to other Tao overlords, was access to his memories from Earth. It would make things more challenging for him if more people could get their hands on the information on Earth. Did you have some plan for the Barbarian Race? I noticed one of my followers, Monk, his destiny was slowly changing after meeting me, Wang Wei explained. By comparing himself to me, he's slowly transforming into a transcendent seed. Comparison and competition are some of the best ways to elicit growth and development. Wu Hong nodded. If he's as you said, then the Barbarian Race might have a spot. At the very least, they are one of the main competitors for one of the spots. Did you want to cultivate a new ally? That was the plan. Was. Wang asked. Wang Wei said firmly. Anyway, I don't think it will be so simple for Grand Tao to regain control of the prehistoric world. And if everything else fails, there is still me. Yes, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In conclusion, the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, the Demon Race, the Barbarian Race, and a few others will fight for 3 spots, Wang Wei analyzed. Sword Dao has taken over most of the destiny of all weapon Dao, and this battle might be a chance to reverse this situation. Especially Saber Dao, who has been their greatest enemy, meaning the Sword Path League will have plenty of competitors. The Myriad Clan Union will have a future if they can contribute to the innate acquire war by weakening the Fiend God race by stealing their luck and destiny. The Demon race is not entirely out of the competition. They'll increase their chances if they can eliminate the innate demon gods and take their destiny. The next era will probably be a time of great strife and competition, Wang Wei sighed. These two conversations might seem like a simple analysis, but they outline what will most likely occur in the upcoming era once the moons are eliminated and the issue of the two suns is dealt with. Things are even more complicated than you stated. Oh, did I overlook something? A few, actually, Wu Hong said. First, there is samsara. With all these transcendents walking the world, how can the world of the dead preserve itself? In my mind, one of the factions or one of the transcendents would take over, Wang Wei replied. For example, in Zheng. He needs the emperor title to become half-step transcendent, so I figured he would control the underworld. However, now that I said it out loud, I realized I was too naive. Although the other transcendents might not care about samsara for themselves, they wouldn't allow someone else to occupy it since it could influence their sex or people close to them. That's one part of the issue, but I don't think samsara will allow others to mess up the world of the dead. You think Heavenly Dao would grant one of the spots to the underworld? It doesn't have to, Wu Hong answered, and Wang Wei immediately understood, the samsara cardinal. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. Whoever they are very strict about controlling the underworld. Heavenly Dao doesn't have to do anything. The cardinal should give the Yama Kings the power to balance the other factions and the world of the living. Wang Wei squinted. You seem rather confident in your analysis. Wang Wei agreed with her deduction, but he was not as confident as her. The samsara cardinal might interfere, but there is also a chance they might give up on the eternal ascension world. My confidence is because of you, Wu Hong said. I can deduce that whatever our future selves is doing, the cardinals are involved in one way or another. So, it would be stupid of them not to take an opportunity to place a chess piece into your homeworld. A terrifying killing intent flashed into Wang Wei's eyes. Especially since that chess piece might be my grandmother. Although he had only one conversation with his grandmother, he had a favorable view of her, especially since she admitted her relationship with his grandfather. Wang Wei understood the mindset of the powerful, so it wouldn't surprise him in the slightest if his grandmother ignored the previous relationship and cut the karma between them. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. You should prepare beforehand. No matter what, your grandmother cannot achieve transcendence with whatever method the cardinal provides. I know, Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now that he knew what was going to happen, he could plan ahead. If he plays his card right, he might peep into the secrets of the cardinals to prepare for their future battle. Maybe even deal a blow to them if he takes a risk. Wang Wei looked in the sky, his eyes deeper than they had ever been. They better know better than to mess with my family. Otherwise, once I deal with them, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Such deep and scary eyes. How manly, Wu Hong thought, biting her lower lips while her eyes contained some hidden emotions. Luckily, she quickly controlled herself and returned to normal before anyone saw anything. Wang Wei focused on her. What else did I overlook? Foreign influence, Wu Hong explained as she sipped the tea. Do you think other chaos worlds will just watch as the eternal ascension world becomes so powerful? These people know how much destiny this world has, so how could they not try to take a piece of the pie? You mean foreign factions will also compete for these positions? Exactly, Wu Hong said. Besides a few who will try their best to destroy this world's prosperity, most will try to take this opportunity for themselves. I was in the mindset that Heavenly Dao was xenophobic and would only leave this chance to its native, Wang Wei commented. However, as long as these factions are willing to change their identity to become members of the eternal ascension world, they won't receive much resistance from Heavenly Dao. Moreover, these people are not even the greatest variable/threat. Yes, The foreign Transcendent factions, Wu Hong squinted. These people are currently just watching, and no one knows they are thinking or planning. But once they take action, we cannot deal with them given our current situation. Why do you think they haven't acted? Wang Wei asked. There are probably many reasons, but the one I can think of with the most certainty is that they fear a luck backlash, Wu Hong analyzed. They fear if they act prematurely, Heavenly Tao will also accelerate its plan and force this world into the Transcendent era in advance. As such, their plan should be to lay out things in advance and wait for the right time to take action. Wang Wei suddenly remembered Old Man Tianji and Emperor Blackheart. Both these people are chess pieces of the Star-Gazing Pavilion and the Desire Heart Palace, two transcended factions. Wang Wei can imagine there are plenty of other chess pieces in the world waiting for the right time to act. The situation is more complicated than I originally thought, and it seems I must prepare in advance, Wang Wei grunted. Although the Tao opening sect is one of the guaranteed spots, that does not mean they would 100% become a transcendent lineage. On the contrary, these guaranteed spots are the juiciest and most succulent piece of meat to these foreign factions. There is also the fact that many people hold a grudge and will blame the Tao opening sect for what Qiyuan did, Wang Wei analyzed. Every cause has an effect. Qiyuan opened the era of transcendence through the ultimate taboo, but in the process, he created probably the largest war in the chaos universe, resulting in the death and destruction of countless people and worlds. This level of karma is not something any lineage can bear along. The Tao opening sect has great fortune and destiny, and if it acts fast enough on it and becomes a transcendent faction, it can wash off that karma. If not, then they will be destroyed. Let's not talk about this anymore, Wang Wei said. They've talked enough for today. Any more and there might be consequences. How is your apprentice? She's fine, Wu Hong replied. She just passed the test to become an inner disciple. If she can pass a few more, I'll accept her as a direct disciple and, eventually, my legacy disciple. Really? You think so highly of her? A legacy disciple means that Hong Meiling would be the next ruler of the Origin Seal continent. She doesn't have that high of an aptitude for runes and such, but she has great managerial talents, Wu Hong explained. I've wanted to find someone to take over managing this place while I become a free elder/ancestor, and she might be the one. That's good to hear. As a founder of a top lineage, she must move from being the face of the faction to someone behind the scenes. Most overlords have experienced such a process, and the Origin Seal continent could be said to be behind. Of course, it's probably because Wu Hong has too high of standards for her successor. Well, enough wasting time, Wu Hong said. Let's start with your training. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1324. The frustrating woman. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He knew this day would come, and he also knew he could no longer delay it. He sighed deeply before saying, 1 minute. He condensed a talisman in the void to send to Red Mask. He had decided to stay here and even enter his cultivation retreat in the Origin Seal continent. As such, some of his work needed to be transferred to this place. All right, I'm ready. Wu Hong waved his hand, and they teleported to another area. Wang Wei looked around, and everything was either black or dark purple. Primordial chaos? A replication, Wu Hong explained. We're in the battle training area I've built. This place was not the same as the primordial chaos around the Origin Seal continent, but more similar to the battle pagoda from the lower dimension. To prevent you from complaining that I bully you, my cultivation will be the same, she uttered, and her aura changed. Wu Hong's cultivation dropped to 80% Grand Tao Source, her fleshy body to the adult fiend god realm and the third heaven, and her soul was that of a paragon. Wang Wei noticed that even her willpower was the same quantity as him. Of course, despite how level the playing field looked, Wang Wei did not believe for a second he was on par with her. After all, Wu Hong's comprehension of the Tao had reached the end, and she still had all her fighting experience. So, the battle would never be fair unless she sealed these memories. However, that was unnecessary since such an act would defeat the purpose of this training. "Are you ready?" she asked, and Wang Wei nodded. "Then let's start." They rushed toward each other, showing their aggressive nature. Wang Wei had no hesitation as he punched her in the face. However, his attack failed as the terrifying force behind him was immediately sealed once it reached close to Wu Hong, who proceeded to slap him. Wang Wei evaded. However, this attack was fake, bypassing his intuition and ability to see the future. Luckily, his reaction was excellent, so when the hand was about to touch his face, he exploded his head as a form of attack. Wang Wei's cruelness surprised Wu Hong slightly, but she immediately regained her focus. She was about to use this opportunity to continue her attack when she detected something, a time attack. To be precise, an attack from the past. Her years of experience allowed her to understand what had happened. Wang Wei did not just blow his head. He used his time Dao to send some of his blood to a few seconds in the past before growing a body/clone from that drop of blood. The clone then attacked Wu Hong across spacetime. Wu Hong did not move to look at the source of the attack. A rune appeared above her head, sealing the surrounding spacetime continuum. However, her previous momentum was gone, and Wang Wei had enough time to regrow his head. Or so he thought. As soon as his head regenerated, he discovered a terrifying curse inside his body. When did he get cursed? It did not take him long to figure it out. The blood clone. He did not know when, but Wu Hong had used that clone from the past as a medium to curse him. He reacted by using his yin-yang Dao to change the curse into a benediction. Of course, his primary problem is not the curse but the subtle true will inside. If not for that power, his natural immunity would have eliminated that curse on its own. While Wang Wei was dealing with internal troubles, he still had external problems as well. Wu Hong suddenly appeared before him, and her body moved like a graceful swan as she used a somersault kick. Wang Wei crossed his arms to block, but as soon as he came into contact with her, he found his terrifying strength and resilience drastically weakening. The bones in his arms, which were powerful enough to serve as pillars to hold together an entire world bigger than the lower dimension, cracked under the force of that kick. Her true will application is even better than mine, Wang Wei thought. He tried his best to prevent Wu Hong's true will from entering his body and permanently injuring him. Wu Hong's attack was a two-hit kicking combo, so she followed it with a second kick. However, Wang Wei knew he could not block that second attack, so he opened his mouth to blow. Fated Destruction, Wind of Annihilation. With this attack, Wang Wei not only used his Fate Dao to utilize Destruction Dao, he also included a bit of Destruction Dao from his Sub-Dao. A terrifying black wind with the power to reduce everything to ash emanated from his mouth. Sadly, it was useless. The black wind extinguished itself once it reached Wu Hong's foot. Luckily, Wang Wei never planned for this attack to work. The black wind's primary purpose was to distract his opponent, and the other was to tear apart the surrounding void, allowing him to teleport away from that devastating kick. It also bought him more than enough time to regenerate his bones. What an annoying person to fight, Wang Wei complained as he teleported about 30 light-years away. She builds a perfect domain around her with her sealing Dao. Anything that comes close will be instantly sealed without her even having to act. As Wang Wei was analyzing how to deal with the situation, his face suddenly changed. His body was immobile. Damn it, I was played. The curse inside his body was a seal disguised as a curse. While he was distracted removing the curse, the seal had already taken root. The worst part is this seal target essence, Qi, and spirit. Wang Wei's body was now useless. The energies inside his body had shut down, including his soul power, and even his mind had difficulty working. Wu Hong had a smirk on her face as she realized her plan had worked. She waved her hand to manifest a colossal hand composed of runes. Wang Wei knew he would immediately lose if that attack landed, but it seemed that there was nothing he could do. This is not fair, Wang Wei screamed in his mind. That hand contained a seal for all his Daos and all his techniques. If Wu Hong had not known him intimately, how could she have created such a seal? I know what you're thinking, but I did not create this seal based on previous knowledge about you, she explained. Instead, it's based on information I've gathered since this battle started. As for how I gather so much information in such a short period, well, I'll tell you after I beat you. Wang Wei was unwilling. The battle hadn't started for 5 minutes, and he was about to lose. He couldn't accept that. Whether it was for his pride as a man or as a mighty warrior, he would not accept such a result. Defeat is fine. He expected to be defeated. However, he could not be beaten in such a disgraceful manner. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, deducing a plan for the situation. Then, at the last moment before the palm hit him, Wang Wei's body released a terrifying aura, followed by bleeding in all orifices. He moved his hand and punched the big hand into oblivion. Fate mimicry, Ji Lanfeng. A picture of a slovenly dressed young swordsman with a wine gourd appeared above Wang Wei before fusing with him. His aura then changed from a supreme being who plays with fate on a whim to an almighty that embodies the concept of absolute speed. Wang Wei's tattered and bloody body appeared before Wu Hong and punched. An exploding sound echoed in the void, followed by her right hand exploding. Wang Wei was so fast that even her potent and passive domain could not react in time to seal his strength. However, her eyes were calm. Interesting. He knew he could not defeat me with his existing techniques, so he created one, she calmly analyzed. He created a method to use his essence, qi, and spirit flower as a boost. Previously, Wang Wei only used the abilities of these flowers, but now he was using them themselves to boost his essence, qi, and spirit. Of course, the consequence of this technique is these flowers will enter a state of withering afterward and will need resources before they can return to normal and use their abilities. Wang Wei raised his hand for a second punch, but he immediately discovered, to his horror, his speed was dramatically slower than before. She sealed my speed? Divination revealed the answer. She used the karma of him destroying her arms to seal his speed. With a thought, Wang Wei removed that karmic connection. Sadly, this was more than enough time for Wu Hong. She teleported away from him while building a domain around her with countless methods to seal his speed. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he noticed more than 100 million different methods of sealing his speed, and those were the ones he could recognize. Has anyone ever told you that fighting you is frustrating? Wang Wei complained. I've built a reputation for that, Wu Hong calmly replied. All those battle maniacs don't want to fight me despite my well-known strength due to how frustrating it is to fight me, she proudly explained. Come on, she continued. This is just the warm-up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1325 Necessary Training, Unedited Chapter. Wu Hong rushed to confront Wang Wei, but things were different this time. She did not use her sealing Dao, facing him in a pure fleshly body battle. Although Wang Wei did not know her exact intention, he also followed her. These two clashed, purely using their flesh. Each strike causes intense destructive waves to the surrounding primordial chaos. Wang Wei observed while fighting, and he realized Wu Hong's control over her body was higher than his. She had reached the true heavenly Dao control, in his force control skill. No, it should be close to the true heavenly Dao control, he analyzed. The best way to describe her level is based on heavenly Daos, divided based on their world. Source Chaos World's true heavenly Dao is half-step transcendent, so their control of laws or Daos is on another level. However, it's different for normal Chaos Worlds. Wu Hong's level of control should be similar to the true heavenly Dao of a normal Chaos World. Moreover, she has reached a peak at that level. As long as she takes a step into the Transcendent realm, she'll get that level of control. Is it possible to achieve half-step Transcendent by attaining a higher level of control? For example, if a Paragon's control of the law reaches the level of a Source Chaos World's true heavenly Dao? After mulling it over, Wang Wei realized this path was feasible and fell under the category of achieving transcendence through skills. This idea is good, but how exactly could someone reach that level? unless they could have direct access to a source world's heavenly Tao and its operation of the law. So, a technique that can obverse the operation of the rules of heaven and earth? Such a technique is easy and challenging to create. If heavenly Tao does not care, then this path is feasible. But if heavenly Tao does not want anyone to peep at their core secrets, then this path is a dead end. An alternate method would be to observe countless true heavenly Taos from non-source chaos worlds. Depending on the world, any paragon can overwhelm the heavenly Tao of a non-source chaos worlds, meaning this approach is more feasible. However, the chances of success are lower, and it also takes a lot of time to deduce how the source world's true heavenly Tao operates from observing the non-source world's true heavenly Tao. "You're distracted," Wu Hong suddenly said before she punched Wang Wei into oblivion. "Damn it, why is your body so strong?" Wang Wei complained as he regenerated. "What body refining technique did you cultivate?" "Heaven and Earth Body." "The Body Ancestors technique?" "That's right. When I was in the Divine Body realm, I found one of the prototypes he left in the world as a fortunate encounter and completed it with my Seal Tao," Wu Hong explained. "Doesn't that thing require using worlds to cultivate?" "I found a destroyed Greater Thousand World and used it for my cultivation." "What about after you ascended? Did you cultivate another technique?" "There was no need," Wu Hong explained. "This place has countless destroyed worlds and dimensions for me to use. I only need to seal them into my body and use them to temper my flesh. Later, after becoming a paragon and traveling through primordial chaos, I found a chaos world that had just been born and absorbed it." "How come you seem luckier than me?" Wang Wei complained. "You may be the son of fate, but I'm the darling of luck," Wu Hong proudly sneered. Wang Wei wanted to complain. Although he has abundant luck, he rarely has any extraordinary fortunate encounters, and that's because his luck manifests in the form of his background, the Tao opening sect. Most of the rare things he needed for cultivation can be acquired by asking his sect. That's why he appeared less lucky than Wu Hong. Meanwhile, she had to start from scratch to build a lineage like the Origin Seal continent. She needed these fortunate encounters. "Enough with the chit-chat," Wu Hong said with a severe expression. "Do you know how many flaws you have as a fighter?" "It can't be that bad," Wang Wei defended himself. "Let me list a few," Wu Hong said. "Let's start with the environment. I'm sure you've learned to use the environment in battles. Do you think such logic no longer applies to you with your current strength?" Wang Wei listened carefully. "Primordial chaos is a potent power with many utilization," Wu Hong continued. "It has an excellent effect on the essence, so most top inextinguishable paragons will create techniques that allow them to passively temper their bodies while fighting. In other words, the longer the fight lasts and the more they fight, the stronger they become. Even the ones who have reached the peak of their realm and can no longer improve will use these techniques to give them small boosts in stats. And that's just one of the many applications. At that level, our body has infinite stamina, unless outside forces interfered. So, if you meet someone who can weaken your body and reduce your stamina, primordial chaos is the best source to replenish yourself. High concentration of primordial chaos can affect the use of the Grand Tao source, similar to how immense chi from the source chi space can do the same. Fiend gods are masters of this technique, so you need to learn to use it and how to deal with such a method. Wang Wei nodded while also smiling wryly. "I understand what you mean, but you should also understand. I know your cultivation is low, and you haven't even entered primordial chaos before," Wu Hong said. "But you should understand that your destiny means a lot of trouble awaits you. There is no telling when you'll be forced into an unprepared situation." "You're right. Next, it's a certain mindset regarding battle," Wu Hong continued. "It's best if I demonstrate." She rushed forward and started a hand-to-hand fight with Wang Wei. Midway through their confrontation, forearms suddenly grew from Wu Hong and punched Wang Wei's ribs. He reacted by creating a field around his body as defense, barely blocking the 4 terrifying punches. However, a weird scorpion tail grew from Wu Hong's back and pieced his defense. As Wang Wei was about to defend again, her hair suddenly grew long and captured him. "We are inhumans," meaning battles are not limited by our human form, Wu Hong warned. Every part of our body is a weapon. I once defeated a paragon with spit. Once she least expected it, I turned my spit into the most corrosive substance between heaven and earth, and it melted her body and soul. Wang Wei was speechless. It was one thing to lose to someone but another to lose to their spit. This kind of humiliation, he wondered how that paragon felt once she revived. Don't think this is weird, Wu Hong continued. When you fight fiend gods, you'll realize what it means to fight weird and inhumane humanoid creatures. I was almost killed by a fiend god whose beard was cultivated by violent spatial energy. He took advantage of my ignorance to release a storm of extremely sharp spatial energy from his beard that almost sent me to limbo. You'll keep that in mind, Wang Wei nodded. How many Paragon's artifacts do you have? Wu Hong suddenly asked. None, Wang Wei replied, giving her a strange look. Well, that's the problem, she added. In the Paragon realm, your soul is powerful enough to control many weapons, meaning you cannot rely only on your Proving Tao artifact. In fact, most Paragons will refine powerful one-time use Paragon artifacts as their trump card. One-time use. Yes. They sacrificed the longevity of the artifact for extreme power, Wu Hong nodded. In other words, wealth contributes to how powerful a Paragon is? Wang Wei sighed, yes, that's why most Paragons are from a faction or build their own to help them amass wealth, Wu Hong nodded. You need to learn or create your own artifact controlling technique. Although your Tao is not enough, your soul meets the requirement. Can I see your collection? You can find them in the library, Wu Hong replied. But any other flaws? We're just starting, Wu Hong sneered. I noticed you heavily favored using your fist over your legs when fighting. Such a mindset will limit your variety of attacks and make you predictable. Speaking of predictability, you overthink too much, Wu Hong continued. You like to analyze and plan 3 to 5 steps ahead of your opponent. Is there something wrong with that? In 99% of battles, such approach is the best. However, what happens when you meet an opponent who is better at predicting your move? Wang Wei wanted to say something arrogant that no one would be better than him in that area when he remembered the person before him was indeed better. In this short confrontation, Wu Hong was indeed always one step ahead of his predictions. Intuition, Wang Wei uttered. That's right. You need to learn to switch between analysis fighting mode and pure instinct fighting mode. I understand. Now for your greatest weakness, your soul. Are you serious? Wu Hong shook her head in disappointment. Haven't you realized I've been reading your mind throughout this entire fight? Wang Wei's face became ugly. You're so used to not worrying about your soul in battle that when you meet an expert like me, you become useless. But I've trained my soul, Wang Wei said, trying to save some face. Yes, but only against people weaker than you, Wu Hong explained. You've never faced someone on the same soul level as you, let alone someone more powerful. Tell me, how much did you improve after your defeat against Di Tian? The greatest improvement in strength in my life. Exactly. Without an opponent of a similar level for soul battles, how did you expect yourself to have any form of achievement? In Wu Hong's eyes, Wang Wei's soul accomplishments are good, but that's it. When it comes to an expert of her level, there are too many people who can see the flaw in his lack of soul battle experience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1326 Continue training. Wang Wei opened his eyes and wiped the blood from his nose. Is this what it feels like to experience social death? He wanted nothing more than to crawl into a wall and hide, which says a lot, given his thick skin. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. He failed the illusion again. All his life, he had never feared any mental or illusion attacks, no matter how intricate they were. However, today he had the biggest wake-up call of his life. Wu Hong played with his mind like a toddler facing an adult. His so-called paragon soul or terrifying willpower means nothing to someone so adept at wielding the mind and new to consider his willpower when manipulating him. Don't beat yourself, Wu Hong said. Now that you know your weakness, you can compensate for it. Plus, you've been improving at an alarming rate. She was worried that Wang Wei had already formed certain habits so that it would be difficult for him to adapt and learn new ways to fight with the soul. However, it seems she worried for nothing. His mind was as flexible as young people's, allowing him to change and evolve to improve. Let's continue, Wang Wei said. This training not only allowed him to train his soul battle technique, but it was also an excellent way of cultivating his soul subdao. Since you've made such rapid improvement, let's increase the difficulty, Wu Hong suggested. Think of a number between 10,000 to 1 million. Try to prevent me from getting into your thoughts while resisting the illusion. Good. The two started to fight physically while secretly battling mentally. Wang Wei applied everything he learned so far, pushing his spirit particles to the limit. Wu Hong showed him her soul, which was also unique as its main composition was 129,600 unique runes. Wang Wei learned from her and created a soul defense technique that combined his 269 trillion spirit particles into a group of 129,600, imitating her ability. As they were fighting, Wang Wei watched as Wu Hong slapped him with a seal of death in her palms and prepared to react. However, his spirit particles released a golden light, allowing him to break from the illusion. This attack was not a seal of death but a yin-yang seal. He countered it before continuing the fight. His concentration reached another level as he adapted to his situation. Then Wu Hong suddenly stopped. 22,345, she said, making Wang Wei sigh. And you still fail for the illusion. She waved her hand, and the surroundings changed. The real Wu Hong was sitting cross-legged in the distance with a cup of tea in her hands while the one before Wang Wei slowly dissipated. Wang Wei sighed. Why do I need heaven and earth to humble me when I have you around? Don't be discouraged since you're not as bad as you think, I just have high standards. No need to take my pride into consideration. I needed this wake-up call. Wang Wei knew his future wife's standards were the pinnacle of the chaos universe, and even without her, he would also put these standards as his own. After all, how can he stand at the pinnacle of the world without being the best in everything? I'm curious though, Wang Wei continued. Your understanding of the soul isn't just based on experience. It's as if you've understood the essence of the mind. Did you spend a lot of time studying mind rune or something? Something like that, Wu Hong responded. One of my worst experiences after becoming a paragon was that the mind hunters hunted me. Mind hunters? Do you know the status of the mind in the chaos universe? It's a protected area, Wang Wei nodded. Fate is absolute, but the concept of choice and freedom still exists in the world, competing with it in many aspects. How is that possible? It's because of the mind. Grand Tao binds all sentient beings and cages them under the power of fate, but it also leaves a door open for people to escape, and that door is the mind. A perfect example of this is Wang Wei's Supreme Outlaw trial. If Heavenly Tao had been allowed to read his mind during the trial, the difficulty would have gone beyond nightmare level. As long as someone opens their sea of consciousness, other people must invade it to read their mind. Based on the difference between cultivation level and techniques, the process can be undetected, but it's impossible to just glance at someone and read their mind. There are many ways to work around this restriction, and there is only one way to bypass it directly: mind techniques. They are rare and overly suppressed by Grand Tao. Of course, there are no absolutes, so a few gifted individuals were granted such a talent. The mind hunters are a group of people with such talent. However, these guys went on the extreme path. Their cultivation techniques turned them into an ugly, invisible creature that feeds on the mind of powerhouses. A cold light flashed in Wu Hong's eyes. A nest of them targeted me, and they hunted me down for more than 10 yuan epochs. In the process of eradicating them, I became an expert in the soul and mind. Mind hunters, huh? Such a group should either be turned into pawns or eradicated from existence, Wang Wei commented. Most worlds feel the same, so these guys do not dare publicly show their faces. As far as she knows, there are no chaos worlds openly ruled by the mind hunters, nor are there any places where they can exist peacefully without anyone trying to kill them. Alright, let's continue, Wang Wei said. Hold on, let's change things a little, Wu Hong said. They've been fighting for over 100,000 years inside this formation, so she wanted to focus on another aspect of the training. Anyway, this training arc will take a long time. She waved her hand, and 20 more people appeared around her. Wang Wei looked at these people with curiosity. Their aura indicated they were all in the peak of the Empyrean realm, and Wang Wei had a feeling that each of them, individually, was a threat to him. One of the greatest threats to people like me and you is jealousy, Wu Hong said. People fear and envy our talent, and when you add interest into the occasion, it is a recipe for disaster. After you become a paragon and maybe travel through primordial chaos, your greatest concern will be being besieged. Today's training is about that. Wu Hong did not waste time. Under her orders, these people immediately started attacking Wang Wei. She did not interfere and only watched and commented. No, this way of fighting is not applicable to group battles. Spread your true will around your skin as protection, and don't care too much about the opponent's true will that has broken your defense and entered your body. You're a body refiner, meaning you can continue fighting no matter how injured you are. Leave those injuries for when you win the battle or after your escape. Wu Hong observed everything while she kept talking. Focus on one opponent. The others won't let you, but do everything you can to kill one person at a time, even if it means you have to exchange injuries. If you cannot kill them, make sure you severely injure them and thus limit their fighting prowess. Excellent work. Devour the enemy's flesh and blood to weaken them and help you heal. Be brutal. Bite and even chew on their bones. The sound of the bug is unnerving and has an excellent psychological effect. Such ferocity and brutality can have some deterrence effects and reduce their fighting abilities by a few %. Remember, you are fighting for your life, so everything goes to ensure your survival. Do you now see the benefits of having multiple Paragon artifacts? You wouldn't have suffered that terrible blow without a defensive weapon. No, the worst thing you can do is use clone techniques. Most powerhouses are arrogant, and their minds are conditioned to rely on themselves, so they will not use clone techniques. But if you do, you'll remind them. The enemies are 20, and you are alone. When everybody uses clone techniques, wouldn't you be overwhelmed? Didn't you just learn about soul and mind techniques? Play with their mind and emotions, make them crumble from within. You see that guy that just revived himself? None of that would have happened had you used the primordial restriction force. Oh, I forgot you probably don't know what that is. It's the high-end version of no-life talisman. Using primordial chaos as a medium, your true will can access the primordial will and temporarily combine with it to form a special power. It allows you to bypass someone's longevity resources and send them directly to limbo. You should read about it in the library. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no, you cannot use this method anywhere else but primordial chaos. Stop being distracted and focus. No, I did not read your mind, I can guess what you think. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1327 End of Training. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. His injuries had healed, and he was back to his peak fighting state. Being surrounded was indeed a different type of battle, and he learned a lot. Back in the lower dimension, he did not care if people surrounded him since he was so powerful that he could slaughter the entire dimension if everyone tried to kill him together. The only experience he had with this kind of battle was when he faced Old Man Nether and all his creation life forms, and he suffered due to the sheer amount of opponents. But that experience paled compared to this battle since he was now facing a team of elite cultivators. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong. What's next? Well, do it again, she replied. But this time, your opponent will work together and use formation. Wang Wei immediately became serious. The previous battle was already challenging, but if those people worked together and were perfectly in sync, the difficulty level would have more than tripled. All right. Wang Wei then experienced another challenging battle, and this time he truly felt like he was fighting multiple opponents, but simultaneously he was fighting only one. With these people perfectly working together, he could not use specific tactics like killing one person at all costs, and that's because every time he's about to succeed, these people will share vitality with that person and return them to their peak health. Luckily, Wang Wei had his methods without Wu Hong having to remind him. He used his spirit particle to act as an array virus to destroy the link between these people, thus eradicating their formation. Once they were no longer in sync, it became easier to deal with them. He also applied many of her teachings, such as using multiple artifacts. Although Wang Wei did not have them, he had access to Time Dao, so he summoned artifacts from an alternate timeline and started learning how to use multiple weapons in battle. By the end of the battle, Wang Wei's clothes were tattered, showing his muscular frame. He had blood all over his body, many bones were broken, and his left arm was useless. Any comments? Wang Wei asked as he sat in the void to heal. A few, but there is no need for me to say anything since you'll realize them by yourself, Wu Hong replied. However, you need to learn a healing source technique. Sometimes, you will be besieged by groups, meaning you'll only have a short interval to heal and return to your peak state. Healing source technique? Wang Wei asked. It can accelerate the removal of Dao will/true will from your body. Technically speaking, you should have started learning these things after becoming an inextinguishable paragon. By then, your willpower would have been fused with your body, making this kind of technique easier to use and apply. I understand. I'll heal, and we can continue. No, let's take a break, Wu Hong said. She had many training programs planned for him. For example, there were many types of fights in the group battle category alone. Wang Wei just faced the most basic formation, but in her life, she has experienced a few different types of besieging with the group using weirs and inexplicable formations. Two of the strangest ones were the Mind Hunters, who almost turned her mad. Another group used a formation that forcibly corroded her body and slowly turned her into an octopus-like creature during the fight. Even after winning that battle, Wu Hong had difficulty reverting that transformation. Is something wrong? Wang Wei asked. I realize one of your greatest shortcomings is your lack of knowledge. So, spend time in my library to catch up and then, well, continue. Besides the obvious flaw of his soul, Wang Wei's weakness stems from the fact he's too young and advanced. He's only an Empyrean, but all his enemies are paragons that have lived for heaven knows how long. He must learn things he would have to learn after becoming a paragon to ensure he has a fighting chance against his opponents. He must also adapt to fighting in that realm in advance to prevent him from losing and dying. You may have a point, Wang Wei nodded. Here, Wu Hong gave him a token. This should give you unrestrained access to the library. She left afterward while Wang Wei focused on recuperating. After returning to his normal state, he condensed a new black robe. He did not immediately enter the library but returned to his room. Yes, he had his own room in this palace. After returning, Wang Wei looked around and smirked. Is this considering moving in together, or just a visit to each other's home? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. No matter the results, they represented progress in their relationship. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a talisman in the room flew into his palms. Red Mask came here and left the information he wanted, so Wang Wei checked to ensure there were no problems. He raised his finger to force out a single drop of blood that instantly condensed into a clone. You know what to do? I do, nodded the clone. Although training, Wang Wei did not forget what trouble awaited him in the outside world. He needed to start preparing to deal with the parasites, and the best method was to know as much as possible about them. Luckily for him, these people treated each other as competitors/enemies. The Blood Dragon had millions of people gathering news and analyzing these people. Wang Wei will use this information to scheme their death. The main body teleported away. He found himself inside a large white room with rows of bookshelves that go for miles long. Books? I thought she would use information jade slips. However, Wang Wei realized he might have spoken too soon. All these books were here for the aesthetic alone. No matter how they looked, these books contained one page with a rune. After using his divine sense, the book's content would enter the reader's mind. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This massive library had 4 floors, each bigger than the others. The lowest floor contained information about the mortal realm, the second floor involved the emperor realm, and so on. The things Wang Wei needs to learn are primarily on the 4th floor, Paragon realm, but he decided to stop on the 3rd floor first. After entering the 3rd floor, Wang Wei could not stop praising his future wife. The size of this floor alone was on par with the lower dimension, and what's more, the size did not exist simply for grandeur's sake. Every inch was filled with books, showing how vast knowledge she had accumulated in her life. He scanned the place before heading to the area about Grand Mist Wheel. One of the criticisms he received from his future wife was his wheel application. According to her, even by Empyrean standard, his utilization of the thing has not met her requirements, let alone reaching the level of competing in the Paragon realm. So, Wang Wei decided to start with the basics. As soon as Wang Wei took a book and started reading, he sensed his surroundings had changed. Time formation? How thoughtful. A bright smile flashed on his face before regaining his composure. Her actions reminded him that time was of the essence, so he needed to do things with a sense of urgency. Without hesitation, Wang Wei scattered all his 269 trillion spirit particles, each reading a book. Time passed, and Wang Wei spent 10 yuan epochs reading books from the 3rd to the 4th floor. He even had to read a few books on the 2nd floor. He had to leave the library but felt reluctant. He had only scratched the surface level regarding the number of books he read during this time. It was fascinating to improve every moment while also learning the secrets of heaven and earth. It's time to leave, Wang Wei thought. He had acquired all the knowledge he needed to meet Wu Hong's standards, and it was now time to return to the nitty-gritty part of the training. I wonder how long has passed outside? Wang Wei left the library and checked. 1 yuan epoch had passed outside. A ratio of 1 to 10? That's better than my formation, he commented. Luckily, the world was still quiet. Nothing significant has happened on the outside, reassuring Wang Wei. However, he did not waste time and restarted his training with Wu Hong. Look at you with your scholarly aura, Wu Hong commented. After spending so much time reading, Wang Wei's aura changed, and he resembled a scholar with profound eyes and a sense of righteousness. You look quite handsome. You think so? After we get together, we can roleplay. I can be a scholar, a tyrant, a painter, or anything you want. Wang Wei did not waste this opportunity to flirt. In that case, you'll look forward to it, Wu Hong replied calmly. Let's get to business. The two started their training, and another 2 yuan epochs passed outside, which meant 20 yuan epochs of non-stop fighting and training. The world remained quiet, but everyone could feel a rising tension in the air. In the meantime, Wang Wei had completed his training. Was he able to beat Wu Hong? No, but he reached the point she could not beat him in the same realm with the same stats. Unfortunately, she would cheat every time he got cocky and secretly increase her cultivation to beat him up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1328 Goodbye and Retreat. Wang Wei and Wu Hong stood opposite each other, with only a few inches separating them. Why are you looking at me like a lost puppy who doesn't want to be separated from his owner? She asked. I'm going to miss you. Is that so wrong? Wang Wei asked. It's only a few yuan epochs. Can't you just say you'll miss me too? I'm going to miss you too. Happy? She asked. Of course. Wang Wei smiled as he looked at that beautiful woman before him. The love in his eyes has deepened immensely. During this training, he made a ridiculous amount of improvement, but was it really due to his talent? He knew that was not it. Although it played a part, it was not the primary cause of his success. The woman before him is why he's currently so strong and considered perfect regarding battle IQ. Wu Hong did not hesitate to feed her all her knowledge and experience, like a mother bird feeding a baby bird through their beaks. Only because of her selfless teaching did he become so intense, allowing him to fight on par with her. Of course, Wang Wei was not cocky enough to think he had caught up with. In terms of experience, he was miles away from her. He knew that if they were in a battle of life and death, even in the same realm, he would not survive more than a day. She would mercilessly slaughter him, and everything he learned in this training would only prolong the inevitable. All right, there is no need to keep lingering, Wu Hong said, preparing to leave. Before you leave, I want to ask something. What exactly are we? Wang Wei wanted to know the answer. If you say they are friends, he would disagree, given how close they've become during this training. However, they were not lovers either. Although he's seen her body during their training when their clothes were destroyed, the most intimate gesture they've made was holding hands and a kiss on the cheek after he won a bet. Wu Hong did not immediately answer this question but instead started arranging his hair. There is no need to define our relationship. We have plenty of time to figure it out. Wang Wei glanced at her strangely. Back on Earth, he often used a VPN to browse through other countries' internet, social media, and so on, and he once read an article about something called a situationship. Unfortunately, that word might be the best way to describe their relationship. All right, I'm leaving, she said before kissing him on the cheeks. You can access this place as you wish. If you're in trouble, just come here and activate the formations. Even if all 7 of them work together, they can't break my array. So, take care of yourself and don't die. After saying those words, she did not wait for his response and flew away. Wang Wei suddenly yelled, "If I did, I mean true death, will you do everything possible to revive me? Don't die, and you won't have to find out." "Yeah, she'll definitely revive me," Wang Wei muttered with a smirk. Then he sighed, "I hope she's all right." Although he was 99% sure there were no problems with her entering the dark truth, the remaining 1% of uncertainty still nagged him. He knew there was no point in worrying, so he focused on his own affairs. Although the world was peaceful, everyone could feel this was the calm before the storm. Wang Wei did not know how much time he had, but he knew it was not much, so he needed to hurry. He needed to accomplish a few things before the significant change in the world occurred. Otherwise, he'll be grossly unprepared for the upcoming chaos. Wang Wei's first destination was the clone in charge of planning the downfall of the remaining moons. "How are things going?" Wang Wei asked the clone. "Good," the clone responded. "I've created character models for all the remaining moons, and based on their personality, history, and mindset, I've devised a few plans to eliminate them. However, I'm not satisfied with the probability of success yet." "What numbers are you working with?" 10% chance for Time Eater, 40% chance of success for the others, and for the one I've specifically targeted, it's a 60% chance. "Those are low numbers," Wang Wei frowned. "Why are they so low? Do you need more time? More information?" "Time is not much of an issue," the clone explained. "Information is a problem for Time Eater. Unlike the others, the information about him is superficial, almost fabricated. In fact, he's the outlier why the others' success rate was so low." Even with that plan," the clone nodded. "That, and there is a high chance the Taoist son will no longer be hands-off. My calculations tell me he may want these people alive for a reason, and he won't let them die so easily." "Let me see your plan." Wang Wei received the clone's memories and took a moment to digest everything. There was nothing wrong with it, and Wang Wei himself couldn't do it any better. So, he took a moment to ponder how he could increase his success. "We need to change our mindset a little," he stated. "If we want to do things from the shadows, we don't have to be the vanguard, and the more chaotic the situation is, the better things will be for us." The clone frowned. "You want to force these ancient lineages that were forced to close their mountains to enter the game?" "That's right. They suffered tremendous humiliations at the hands of the 7 moons, and without those 2 around, they'll have no fear or restraint to enact their vengeance. If you want to make such a move, it's not enough to use their hatred to get them to act," the clone added. "We must also share some of the benefits with them." That's fine. Wang Wei never planned to eat everything for himself. People hated the moon because they divided everything amongst themselves and left no crumbs for everybody else. If Wang Wei had taken all their resources, he would just be another version of the moons in a different font. So, his idea was always to get the biggest piece and leave enough for everybody else. That's fine then, the clone nodded. By the way, have you received any news from that little girl, Qin Zhilan? Wang Wei asked. The clone had discovered Qin Zhilan's identity and connection to Sun Junyo's chef, so he fulfilled his promise to her that he would help find her master. She's still with her master, the clone responded. The latter said he owed us a great karmic debt. It's a shame to lose that little girl. She's a great talent with potential, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wei planned to marry that little girl to Hui Mengwei so she could help him develop his cooking Tao. Well, maybe it's not too late. He'll accept his debt, Wang Wei said, and his eyes changed as he saw a web of karmic thread. As expected, his connection to Sun Junyao deepened slightly after returning Qin Zhilan to her master. He waved his hand, and a few more cracks manifested on their love-fate line. All right, I'm leaving, Wang Wei said as he stood up. Start laying down the chess pieces for the plan. The clone nodded. Although there was plenty of time before they officially enacted things, it's best to start laying out things now. Before leaving, Wang Wei created a second clone and handed him his Grand Mist Wheel before tasking him to oversee the tribulations of his creation lives. He was no longer limited by the stringent rules of the lower dimension and knew more about the topic, so it was time to get started. However, Wang Wei was about to focus on his cultivation, so he tasked his clone with this task. Wang Wei finally left his room as he teleported to an empty white space with one cushion in the middle. This was the cultivation room his future wife prepared for him. As he sat on the cushion, Wang Wei felt a mysterious power rushing into his mind that calmed him down and made his spirit in harmony with heaven and earth. Good stuff, Wang Wei commented before focusing. With his retreat, he could not do as he pleases. His intuition warned him that time was of the essence, so he had to choose. I cannot cultivate my body and comprehend the Tao, so I must choose one or the other, Wang Wei. In the current situation, comprehending the Tao is meaningless for him. After the 80% mark, the time needed to cultivate is even greater than before, even for a genius like himself. My priority should be entering the taboo realm so that I have the strength to fight against these parasites. And if I want to increase the chances of that happening, my true power Tao realm should improve. Now that he had made a choice, Wang Wei no longer wasted any time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1329 Sixth Flesh Tribulation. Wang Wei had already reached the peak of the third heaven, so he only needed to focus on his body-will fusion. He had much knowledge of the subject, whether from the Desolate Emperor or Wu Hong, so he took time to ensure perfection in the beginning stage of body-will fusion. Once he met the standard, he did not hesitate to summon the Sixth Flesh Tribulation. This test could be said to be simple but also challenging. A spinning wheel manifested before Wang Wei, and it released an aura that made his heart palpitate. He did not hesitate and plunged his right hand into the wheel. A terrifying force broke his body arm apart. The frightening part is Wang Wei did not sense any power similar to true will, but he knew this will could erase his arm from existence without any ability to heal. In other words, if he fails this test, he'll permanently lose his limb. Unless he found some extremely rare and valuable Tier 12 herbs, he'll never be able to regrow it. Wang Wei controlled his emotions to proceed. The wheel's purpose is not to kill or remove his limbs. Its purpose is to test whether he met the standard of body-will fusion. So, after he put his hand through, his right arm was torn apart but regenerated immediately. This proved that he had acquired some characteristics of will immortality. Wang Wei removed his hand from the spinning wheel and checked it. He soon discovered a few spots in his skin, muscles, veins, bones, blood, and even cells that it did regenerate. The wheel trembled slightly before removing the power inside Wang Wei's body that hindered his regeneration. However, Wang Wei did not immediately regrow this flesh, but instead he spread his willpower to the areas he detected. Once that was done, he plunged his hand into the wheel again. He rechecked his hand and found 5 spots that did not regenerate. He fixed them before plunging his hand into the wheel for a 3rd time. Once he finished, something different occurred. His right hand turned golden. Perfect fusion, and I only did it on 3 tries, Wang Wei praised himself. He knew he did the right thing by absorbing Ji-song's physiques. His already terrifying body-refining talent reached another level after that. However, he still hoped to follow after his future wife and absorb someone with the primordial essence physique. After admiring his work, Wang Wei proceeded with his left hand. The first time is the most important. If it fails, it means he will lose all his limbs. Afterward, all cultivators will have a few tries to correct their errors and achieve a perfect fusion. The more talented a person is, the more tries they have. The irony is that most gifted individuals usually do not need many opportunities. Sadly, the wheel or its creator, Grand Dao, does not care. Someone like Wang Wei can have at least 100 tries to perfect his fusion as long as he meets the requirements after the first attempt. Meanwhile, ordinary geniuses will have 10 to 50 tries, and non-talented people will have less than 10 attempts. After perfecting his left hand, Wang Wei felt the barrier in his cultivation disappearing. Without much effort, he broke through the 4th heaven. He took the primordial essence blessing pill and swallowed it. A terrifying power burst into his body, rapidly increasing his physical bonus stats. Wang Wei was delighted. He should be able to absorb this pill in a little over 2 yuan epochs, which is not long. So, he decided to take this time to temper his willpower before proceeding with the fusion. He can summon the will of nothingness with his human fiend god bloodline to temper his willpower, making the effect extraordinary. However, it was still painful and dangerous since he could be assimilated at any time. Simultaneously, this approach is an excellent way for him to train for his upcoming achievement of the Taboo realm. Time passed, and Wang Wei's strength reached the peak of 6 heavens. This meant he could fight Empyreans with the cultivation of 82% Grand Dao with his flesh alone. There were still some effects remaining inside Wang Wei's body. But he needed to enter the intermediate stage of body-will fusion and pass another tribulation before reaching the 7th heaven. So, he had to stop tempering his willpower and focus on the fusion. The process took time and meticulous care, and as always, it was excruciatingly painful. There is a reason that all body refiners are masochists. Grand Dao wanted to place restrictions on this path, especially since it does not take as long to cultivate. A pure body refiner that absorbs the heaven can become an Empyrean in less than a yuan epoch. Afterward, as long as an everlasting Empyrean is talented enough, has enough resources, can bear the pain, and has an excellent technique for tempering their willpower and fusion, they can quickly reach the next realm in slightly over 30,000 yuan epochs. Of course, it's referring to people like Wang Wei, who can get their hands on things like the primordial essence blessing pill. Meanwhile, the average emperor will take 20,000 to 50,000 yuan epochs to become Empyreans, and geniuses will take a little over 10,000. If they have blessings of merit and luck like the people from Wang Wei's era, it will take even less time than that. As for the average time to become a paragon? Well, things are different. The average time for people to cultivate from the lowest level of the Empyrean realm, 70%, to the peak, 89%, is 250,000 yuan epochs to 500,000. Geniuses can do it in over 150,000 yuan epochs, and people with extreme talents or blessed with destiny, merit, and so on can do it in over 70,000 yuan epochs. After reaching the peak of the Empyrean realm, every cultivator must take a break. First, they must start cultivating their souls, which takes time. Then, they must find ways to increase their luck and temper their mind. Living a long life and experiencing many things is the most common method of tempering the Tao heart to prepare for the time-washing tribulation. Finally, there is the problem of the paragon tribulation. Most people will be stuck in the Empyrean realm, unable to progress because they fear that tribulation. Of course, in this current political era, these numbers mean nothing. Most people will take longer to cultivate because they fear being placed on a list for assassination by the parasites. For the intermediate stage tribulation, Wang Wei had to perfect his 2 legs. Once they turned golden, the remaining energy from the pill allowed him to enter the 7th heaven, and the pill effect ended. He knew his rapid progress ended, but that was relative to using the pill. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a meal appeared before him. He took 1 whiff and felt the strength inside his body surge. "Yeah, no matter what, I'll marry you," he muttered. He did not immediately consume this food, so he activated his essence flower ability to increase his strength. Instead, he consumed a few pills and herbs with the ability to accelerate his bloodline's growth. He took a too-long approach of bloodline growth and food cultivation to ensure he could reach the 9 heavens as soon as possible. Wang Wei took a bite of his food. Is this what the health-suppressing elephant tastes like? His eyes were bright. Wu Hong left cards for him to describe all the dishes she left for him, and this one was from a rare innate demon god born from the underworld. The meat is soft, not chewy, and it releases soft-in power immensely beneficial to the soul. Wang Wei continued his training. With access to unparalleled food, the heaven-defying ability of his essence flower, and the rapid excavation of his bloodline power, his fleshly body cultivation increases at what could be described as record-breaking speed. As such, he soon reached the 9th heavens and immediately started the advance level body will fusion. Wang Wei had to be careful about this test since it was fatally dangerous. The target of the wheel this time around was his torso, and failure meant he would die permanently. So, Wang Wei took extra time to ensure the fusion was successful, and as a result, he achieved the golden body after his 2nd attempt. Wang Wei did not stop and continued his momentum. He swallowed a rare top-tier Empyrean pill called the Complete Vessel Pill, which had the function of helping people in the 9 heavens reach the 10th heavens at a faster rate. With this pill and his flower's ability to break the bottlenecks in body refining cultivation, he entered the last steps in the adult fiend god realm. Wang Wei then focused on the perfect body-will fusion, whose target was his head. This part was also a death sentence during the tribulation, so Wang Wei took extra care before taking the test. He even took the fake will pill, which allowed him to preemptively test whether he met the requirement without the threat of dying. Although this pill is not 100% accurate, it's still an excellent way to measure whether someone is ready for the test. After Wang Wei perfected his head, his entire body turned golden. He now had a pseudo-will immortality. He checked his body and saw the gate of flesh. He knew as long as he opened it, he would become a paragon. However, Wang Wei resisted the urge. This was not something he could do on a whim. The gate opening process was dangerous and also required a terrifying tribulation. He would not open it until he was ready. So he focused on something else, his sea of consciousness. After his head reached perfection, his soul was nourished and increased by another 1%, becoming par with a paragon of 95%. More importantly, his sea of consciousness was reinforced and became more solid, capable of withstanding more potent attacks. Excellent, Wang Wei thought. Now, I don't have to worry about it being destroyed due to the nothingness wheel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13, 32nd Taboo Battle Realm, unedited chapter. Although Wang Wei's bloodline now included the power of nothingness, he still feared that something would go wrong in the process. That's why he opted to focus on improving his fleshly body cultivation before starting the procedure. Now that everything was ready, he had no more scruples. He waved his hand, and the nothingness array from the Dragon Palace appeared in this empty white room. However, this new array was nothing compared to the previous one since Wu Hong updated it. Then the nothingness wheel inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness started to rotate. It absorbed the power of nothingness from the array like it was a whale that was dehydrated. The wheel grew in size with each passing moment. Wang Wei observed the process, ensuring that he did not miss something or that something went wrong. Once he was sure everything was alright, he nodded. The first step is done, so let's move on to the second step. Wang Wei's bloodline activated, and his body started to absorb the power of nothingness. He once divided nothingness into 4 stages: intangibility, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. He was previously in the peak of the void stage, and now he was striding toward the emptiness stage. Wang Wei sensed the changes to his body and calculated. According to this development, the peak of emptiness corresponds to the peak of the inextinguishable, and I can only achieve true nothingness in the half-step transcendent realm? Achieving true nothingness will likely allow me to take a step in the transcendent realm. If Wang Wei's theory is true, nothingness is taboo not only because of its danger but also because it's also one of the few Daos with a straight and direct path toward transcendence. The second stage will raise my affinity with this power to another level, Wang Wei analyzed. Once that's achieved, we can begin the third step. Time passed, and Wang Wei continued to increase the characteristic of his flesh body. He waited until he felt full, and his intuition warned him that any more absorption would doom him before stopping. Then he initiated the third step: existence modification. Just like he told Monk, Wang Wei used the power of nothingness to modify his existence and increase his vessel, thus allowing him to break the limit between Empyreans and Paragons. Wang Wei observed every aspect of this change. He sighed. If only I could enter that state during the perfect foundation. He's been drooling about that state ever since. He could see the foundational blueprint of his existence and modify it as he saw fit. Right now, Wang Wei could tell this blueprint was being changed, but the process was more of a passive change. Wang Wei has to rely on his intuition and feeling to guide the power of nothingness into his existence. The process would be fast, efficient, and safer if he could have direct control over the blueprint. Wang Wei removed the distracting thoughts and focused on his Buddhist change. The process took much longer than expected since he was dealing with such a volatile power. Wang Wei had to take his time to ensure he was now swallowed and erased from existence. Of course, since this was not his first time, he was more confident this time around. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. He stood up from the seat before clenching his fist and sensed the changes inside his body. I feel a heavy burden lifted over my shoulder. There is no better feeling than breaking over limits placed on you by heaven and earth. I've also taken one step closer to the Paragon realm, Wang Wei muttered. This experience has allowed him to understand a higher level of existence, the infinite permanence, which is required of everlasting Empyreans to understand to become boundless Paragons. Although Wang Wei did not understand enough to enter the next realm, he had a sufficient foundation that it would be easier for him to become a boundless. Let's try its power, Wang Wei thought with a smile. He suppressed his cultivation to 70% Grand Dao source before using his Dao imprint as a medium for his Grand Dao boosts. He added everything: his soul, flesh, true will, artifact, force control skills, Dao body awakening, 11 fate palaces, Grand Mist Wheel, and a few other source techniques. His aura rose dramatically when he achieved a 10-fold battle realm, meaning his strength was on par with peak Empyreans, 89%. However, his aura did not stop this time. It continued to increase until its power reached that threshold, 90%. The power of a paragon, Wang Wei muttered. Although this was not the first time he wielded such power, now, it belonged to him. He did not rely on foreign objects. He achieved it alone, meaning no one could take it away from him. Luckily, I had already made up for my understanding and utilization of the Dao imprint. Wang Wei realized that if his utilization of the imprint did not reach a higher level, it would have been impossible for him to achieve the Taboo battle realm. After this experience, he once again reaffirmed his theory that the battle theory realm was a mode that Grand Dao installed in this world to allow geniuses to challenge higher realms after Tier 10. Otherwise, due to the vast difference between the 3 immortal realms, the hierarchy of power would have been stagnant and unchallenged for eternity. Let's test my limit, Wang Wei said. He started to stack Grand Dao boosts a second time, but the starting point was different this time. He did not seal his cultivation but used his peak indestructible Empyrean cultivation as primary and his 80% Grand Dao Source Qi cultivation as one of the boosts. After he added his soul and the others, his strength reached another level. 94%, and in an emergency, I can fight 95% for a limited period, Wang Wei analyzed with a frown. This kind of strength is enough for most of the parasites but not enough for Time Eater. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He had plenty of room for further improvement, and he still has the opportunity to become a paragon soon. So, there was no need to stress himself out. His gaze penetrated this cultivation room and glanced outside. 82,000 yuan epoch has passed in the formation, meaning over 8,000 yuan epochs outside. Most of the time was spent during the transformation since he had to be extra careful. I have a feeling that the major change will occur at the 10,000 yuan epoch mark, meaning I still have about 20,000 epochs of cultivation, Wang Wei calculated. Normally, this time was not nearly enough to make a difference with my current 80% comprehension. However, I have this. He raised his hand to summon a gray orb that fluctuate with the power of fate. This was the thing he took from Old Man Tianji. With all the Dao rhymes Wang Qi sent me, I should make decent progress. Wang Wei returned to the cushion and summoned a few things to aid his cultivation, including the Bodhi tree, the peach enlightenment tree that the Sword Emperor gave him, and he absorbed all the Dao rhymes. However, this was not the end. A small orb that seemed to contain the origin seal continent inside floated before him. This orb was, of course, given to him by his future wife, and it allowed him to study all the runes or essences of the origin seal continent. After all this preparation, Wang Wei finally absorbed the fate power and started his cultivation. Another 20,000 yuan epochs passed, and he finally opened his eyes. What a terrifying power, Wang Wei sighed. His cultivation reached 86% in such a short period, and he can say for sure that the fate power was responsible for 95% of it. If not for it, the other boosts will not come close to allowing him to make such progress in such a short period. The worst part is that fate's power was heavily diluted when he took it from Old Man Tianji. Half-step transcendence, he muttered, not hiding the longing in his voice. He sighed before regrouping his focus. As he looked at his cultivation, he smiled wryly. I was so close. As long as his cultivation reached 87%, he could take a pill to instantly reach 89% without repercussions, thus entering the peak of the Empyrean realm. It's also bad timing, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wei could feel two major events were about to happen. He knew nothing about the latter but was looking forward to the second, and that's because he sensed, through his bloodline, his father and mother were ascending soon. The world is about to enter a time of chaos, so it's really the worst time for you guys to ascend. So, what should I do with them? Allow them to help me with my cause of sending them to the sect to ensure their safety? He knew his parents would prefer the former, but their strength did not allow it. So, it would be best to send them to the sect. The issue is how to convince them. They'll just be blunt and tell them their current strength is a hindrance to me instead of helping. Although harsh, it's also a good way to motivate them to cultivate. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with this plan before his face suddenly turned ugly. He immediately teleported away from the seclusion room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1331 Whereabout Disaster Wang Wei appeared above Origin Seal City. His presence brought a somber presence to the entire city, directing all eyes or attention toward him. However, he did not care. He looked in the distance, trying to sense, and after he failed, a terrifying aura released from his body. It was so mighty that most of the citizens in the city were forced to kneel. Luckily, the city lord acted swiftly and activated the formation, thus protecting these people. Wang Wei did not notice these changes. After failing to sense what he wanted, he waved his hand to force a drop of blood from his finger and cast a bloodline and karma tracing technique, but to no avail. Damn it, Why did my parents' presence suddenly disappear? He entered the taboo realm before summoning his Bashian turtle shell to boost his divination, trying to find their location. Wang Wei's face turned ugly, so he waved his hand to summon a projection of the River of Fate. He also used his control over the Origin Seal continent to borrow power from the artificial River of Fate. Nothing, Wang Wei muttered with an ugly expression. He exhaled to calm down, and as he was about to try something else, he sensed something condensing next to him. Ancestor? He asked after seeing the Sword Emperor's projection. What happened? Yen Hai asked with a severe frown. What do you mean? Why did your father's destiny to spread the ultimate sword path come to me? Wang Wei's aura once again fluctuated, but he quickly controlled himself. This information completely removed his slight hope that the sect might have somehow discovered his father's ascension and hidden them. Now, he knew this was impossible, unless the sect somehow could manipulate destiny on the level of the ultimate sword path. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a coin with one side white and one side black. He flipped the coin and caught it, and luckily, it landed on the white side. The good news is they are alive, but they suddenly disappeared, he said calmly, but Yen Hai could tell the terrifying emotions brewing behind that calmness. Did he just disappear? Did you find any information? Nothing at all, Wang Wei replied. I had a feeling they were about to ascend, but out of nowhere, our bloodline link was cut off, and no matter what I tried, I couldn't find or sense them. Yen Hai frowned. What are you going to do? I need to see a few people, Wang Wei said, and without wasting time, he opened a dark portal and left. Wang Wei ignored the dark atmosphere or the intense yin energy in his surroundings. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, he bowed and said, Grandmother, I don't want to bother you, but something urgent happened. Are you here about your father? Said a grand voice. Yes, Wang Wei said, and he hurriedly asked, Do you know what happened? It wasn't me. Wang Wei's heart sank. I noticed it the moment he disappeared, but I also cannot find him. Whoever or whatever took action did not leave a trace, and only a few people can hide so completely from me. I understand. Wang Wei bowed. He always remained respectful when doing things in the underworld because he knew this was a place of strict rules, and his relationship with his grandmother might negatively affect her. So, now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, it was time to leave. I understand. Wang Wei bowed. He always remained respectful when doing things in the underworld because he knew this was a place of strict rules, and his relationship with his grandmother might negatively affect her. So, now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, it was time to leave. Thank you for your help. As Wang Wei was about to leave, the grand voice sighed, Take care of yourself, and don't worry about your grandfather. Wang Wei paused briefly before leaving. He appeared before a small Buddhist temple. His eyes were red as he thought, Supreme Unity, you better have nothing to do with this. Boom. The sky above this domain became cloudy, followed by red lightning bolts flashing occasionally. The people were confused because it was sunny and clear a second ago, so why the sudden weather change? Only a few powerful cultivators could detect this change in the sky was due to a powerful cultivator. Wang Wei glanced at the sky, and with a thought, he dispersed the celestial phenomena. He did not immediately enter the temple but closed his eyes for a good minute. He only entered after his emotions were under control. He headed to a bronze Buddha statue, and under Wang Wei's manipulation, everyone left the area of the statue, nor did they dare to approach. Wang Wei condensed a lotus-shaped incense bowl before putting 3 lit stick incense inside. He clapped his hands and bowed, Mother Maitreya, I really need your guidance now. Wang Wei did not receive any response, but he stood in the bowing position for a good 5 minutes before he sensed the aura in the room changed. So, what happened to your family? Wang Wei raised his head and looked at the speaking statue, his eyes terrifyingly calm. The status seems to struggle to keep its connection and deliver the message. Powerful. I understand, Wang Wei said. Thank you for your help. The statue returned to its ordinary state, and Wang Wei bowed before walking out. His mind was running on overdrive. He took one step and returned to the Origin Seal continent. Did you find something? Yanhai asked as her projection appeared next to him. No, he replied succinctly. Yanhai frowned, and after pondering briefly, she raised her hand to condense a black orb. Miscellaneous, don't you have an unknown relationship with that woman from the tribal sacred mountain? The relationship between Swayer and I is strictly platonic, a voice quickly explained. How did you know which woman I am talking about? I wasn't specific at all. Miscellaneous was immediately embarrassed, so he coughed to change the subject. Why are you asking about this? The kid's parents just disappeared. This might be the only way to find them. The kid? Then there was nothing else. Well, Yanhai asked, it's pointless even if he tries. How do you know without even trying? She purposely hurt her existence and fell down to the Empyrean realm to escape execution. Do you think she, or even the demon race, would allow outsiders to see her? Maybe for others, but I'm sure she gave you a token. With it, there is still a chance. Well, you can try it, but like I said, don't have too much hope. The black orb vibrated slightly before a token manifested. How much is this going to delay my return? Miscellaneous complained. Interfering with the world of living while in limbo has certain prices, but Miscellaneous still paid it since Yanhai asked. Wang Wei took the token. What's this for? The demon race has a rare 3-star star sage. With this token, you can ask her about your parents' whereabouts. However, as you heard, her situation is complicated. 3-star sage? Wang Wei had dealt with the race known as star sages before in the lower dimension. However, he also knew they were classified differently in the upper dimension. The best 5-star sages in the lower dimension are only 1 star here, and 3-star in this place meant the latter had access to information on par with paragons. I know what to do, Wang Wei said. Truth be told, he did not have much hope for this sage after what Mithraea said. However, he decided to try it in case of a miracle. Wang Wei teleported to faraway places from this continent. The distance, this time, was so far that it took him more than 10 minutes to reach his destination despite bending space to his will. He soon found himself before this long but ordinary mountain range. He sent a notice of his presence to the void and waited. Soon afterward, a middle-aged man appeared before him. Wang Wei could tell at a glance that his real form was of Purple Thunder Ant. Who are you? And what are you doing here? I am a descendant of Miscellaneous Paragon and came here to see the Senior Star Stage. I have a token. The steward was about to reject Wang Wei's request until he saw the token. He observed for a few seconds. Wait a while. The man disappeared and did not return until more than an hour later. Follow me, the steward said. Don't look at nothing, don't touch anything, and don't wander around. Once your business is finished, leave as soon as possible. Wang Wei did not mind this man's attitude. Although the relationship between humans and demons is not as bad as the lower dimension, they are also not friendly to each other in the upper dimension. Additionally, this is a sensitive time, and the demon race does not welcome his presence. Wang Wei followed him through a portal, and he found himself in another world. He looked around, and the only way he could describe this place was that it was a mountainous world. There were mountains everywhere, countless of which reached above the clouds. He sensed many presences in these mountains, especially at the peak. This causal line? Wang Wei sensed something. A ocean? He chose the demon race over the innate demon gods? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1332. The board is set. After mulling it over briefly, Wang Wei did not find Aoshin's choice to be strange. Anyone with a bit of brain can see the situation of the innate demon gods. In the past, they represented one of the 3 paths: primordial, emperor, and heaven. However, during the Golden Era, it only took one group, the demon race, amongst countless acquired life forms to compete against them. To say that the mighty has fallen in this situation is a gross understatement. Ao Shen is intelligent, so it makes sense that he chose the most influential group of the two. Of course, he must have other considerations. For example, he was once the leader of the demon race and held their destiny. Although he's an innate demon, he probably identified more with the demon race. There are also political reasons. The Myriad Emperor world is significant in the lower dimension because they are the destiny center, meaning the demon race there is also valuable. During Wang Wei's reign, the demon race reached a level of prosperity unlike anything they've ever seen in their history. This fact also benefited the upper dimension demon race. Ao Shen, the former chief of the demon race, has a significant amount of luck and destiny. It would deal a major blow to the demon race if he were to join the pre-March Origin Temple. On the contrary, his joining of the demon race allowed them to steal some luck from the temple. As for Ao Shen's identity, will it cause him trouble in the demon race? It will, but not as much as one would think. It's pretty common for innate demon gods to betray their kind and join the demon race. The upper echelons greatly encouraged such behavior. Additionally, many demon race members have innate bloodlines. It's common for them to hunt innate demon gods for their bloodline. Many people don't know this, but one of the demon race's ultimate goals is to swallow the innate demon god. They want to take the latter's destiny and make them into a branch of the demon race. The Myriad Emperor world, as the lower dimension's destiny center, will often give birth to characters that will play a significant role in major events happening in the upper dimension. Could Ao Shen be one of the major players in the battle between the demon race and the innate demon gods? Could his choice be a hint as to which side fate is favoring? There is a high possibility that this is true. However, Wang Wei decided to observe more and maybe plan ahead. He is interested in what will happen once the innate demon gods are completely defeated and the path of heaven is officially the loser in the Trinity competition. The Eternal Ascension world is the semi-destiny center of the Chaos universe, so the defeat of the heaven path might be the last nail in the coffin for all innate demon gods in the universe or the beginning of their hands. Their end will also mean the final confrontation between the Emperor and Primordial Path. The Fiend gods are losing this fight, but will they allow themselves to lose like that without fighting back? I doubt that. Wang Wei furrowed his brow. He suddenly realized that many events that can affect the entire Chaos universe are slowly brewing, and as expected, the storm will start from the Eternal Ascension world. I had a feeling that my path of transcendence would lead to the Third Origin War. Are those events the prelude to this? But if such grand events are only the prelude, what the hell will the actual war be like? Wang Wei did not know he would achieve transcendence, but his intuition and the information he had gathered about his future self told him that it would not be a peaceful method. Forget it. There is no point in thinking so much. I'm just a little Empyrean. Hey, said the steward. Why are you distracted? What did I say about not looking? Wang Wei glanced at him, and the man felt the fear of God rush down his spine. He almost instinctively changed to his true form. What are you doing? This is the demon race. Watch yourself. Lead the way, Wang Wei said calmly. The steward felt ashamed for his previous reaction but did not dare show it again. So, he quietly led Wang Wei to an isolated mountain with a small cottage. The mountain was simple, especially compared to how lavish and grandiose the others are. Additionally, he only sensed the presence of one person. The sage is waiting inside. Wang Wei did not say anything and walked inside the cottage. He saw a woman sitting cross-legged, waiting for him. She wore a simple black robe. She was devastatingly beautiful, but for some reason, no one would immediately notice her beauty, and that's because of her strange presence. Her face was youthful and did not look over 25 years old, but her hair was all white and gray, like an old woman's. Her aura was ancient, and her all-white eyes were so profound that even someone with Wang Wei's willpower and soul was lost in them for a few seconds. This woman is not simple, Wang Wei thought. Of course, he had known this before. Anyone who can injure their existence to escape persecution from the two sons is ruthless, so how could they be simple? Furthermore, she was obviously a paragon and probably one of the best ones, but she did not participate in the ultimate taboo, That's another suspicious point. Senior, Wang Wei bowed. The Star Sage, also called Fan Sui and with the title of All-Knowing Sage, a title she did not like, looked at Wang Wei. Heavenly Dao made a wise move to choose instead of Kong. This woman knows a lot, Wang Wei thought. He soon realized it would be odd for her not to know much. Thank you. Sit down, Fan Sui said. Did he give you a token? Let me see it. Wang Wei handed her the token, and she caressed it with her thumbs. She looked like she was reminiscing and had some other hidden emotions. What do you want to know? My parents, they disappeared. I want to know what happened to them. Fan Sui nodded. Her eyes glowed for a few seconds before she frowned. She raised her hand to summon a book and flipped through it page by page. Her information does not come from divination or any form of calculating the secrets of heaven and earth. Instead, she can directly access the archive/records of Heavenly Dao Wang Wei analyzed. If Wang Wei's way of gathering information falls into the category of Fate Dao, Fan Sui method is under Heaven Dao. Your father and mother should have ascended, but an anomaly occurred, Fan Sui said. Everything about them has disappeared. Their fate, destiny, and even causal link. I'm sorry, but I don't know what happened to them. I see, Wang Wei sighed. You're not surprised? It seemed you expected this. You could say that. Fan Sui nodded. I want to talk with you, but I can tell you're not in the best mood, so let's wait another time. She raised her hand to condense a second token before handing both to him. Return the original one to him, which is for you. You can come to see me if you have any problems in the future. Wang Wei was surprised. Based on how Miscellaneous reacted and a few things he read, he knew how valuable this token was. One of the ways the demon race makes an absurd amount of money is by selling these tokens. Many top powerhouses will sell most of their wealth to find certain secrets, especially those involving their or their lineage's future. Thank you, Senior. Wang Wei bowed politely and left soon afterward. The steward quietly guided him to the exit while Fan Sui calmly looked at him leave. All the pieces of this grand chessboard have been set, and now, it's time for the players to officially start making their moves. How can the demon race survive the upcoming era? Fan Sui muttered. Her eyes penetrated the distance, and saw a handsome coiled dragon with its eyes closed, deep in meditation. Ao Shun, the future of the demon race might lie on you. Don't disappoint me. Wang Wei returned to the Origin Seal continent, and Yen Hai's projection appeared. So, Wang Wei only shook his head. If even she cannot help you, that can only mean. Let's not talk about this, Wang Wei said. It was pointless to say anything else. Yen Hai patted his shoulder. I'm sorry, kid. If you need someone to talk with, I'm here. Thank you, ancestor, but I just want to be alone now. Wang Wei entered his room and sat on a cushion. He was deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching him from somewhere or someplace. Things have gotten a little out of control, so you need more pressure, said the voyeur. These people are not enough to prepare you for what's coming. Are you being a little too harsh? At least tell him, said another voice. It would defeat the purpose of pressuring him if I told him the truth. As long as he doesn't know it's me for sure, he'll be motivated to improve himself as swiftly as possible, the first voice responded. As for being harsh, you and I both know that we can reach such a level only by being ruthless to ourselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1333 Heaven's Lock. Wang Wei sat in the empty room alone and left his thoughts. He wished nothing more than to see her to be here. Even if she did not say her word, her presence alone would have improved the situation. He sighed as he focused. There are two possible explanations for his parents' disciples, but he did not like any of them. The first is that his enemy took it, and the other is his future self. But regardless of the truth, he hated the sense of powerlessness he felt at the situation. He looked at his palm and clenched it. Paragon-level strength is not enough. In novels about the prehistoric era, there was a famous saying on Earth, which says that everyone is an ant in the eyes of the saints. This statement can now be applied to these transcending beings. Wang Wei looked in the distance, feeling a sense of urgency. It won't be long before he becomes a paragon, but that is not enough for him, especially since it usually takes at least 1 million yuan epics to increase their cultivation by 1%, and that number only applies to geniuses with the best resources. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation, the more time is required. I cannot, nor do I want to wait that long, Wang Wei thought. He had already broken all cultivation records by now, even becoming an outlier, but he was still unhappy. Destroying these parasites will grant me immense luck, destiny, and merit, allowing me to cultivate in the Paragon realm at record time, but it's still insufficient. I need to speed things further up. If it were before, Wang Wei's thoughts would have been nonsense. The Eternal Ascension world's cultivation civilization has reached its peak in resource utilization, meaning the best Wang Wei could have done was keep the cultivation speed of the top geniuses during the Golden Era, and that was only possible in the first place because he was living in a time of chaos where destiny and luck are abundant, similar to the time of the Devil Catastrophe. Old Man Tianji's technique, Wang Wei thought. That's his method of ensuring an absurd cultivation speed. Through participating in or creating major events that fundamentally affect the entire world, he condenses these pure fate power that can boost his cultivation dramatically. During the retreat, Honga and I created a prototype of that technique, but it never reached the desired level, so I left a clone to use Monk's Battle Tower to complete it. Let's check on it. Wang Wei closed his eyes to sense the clone's situation. It's quite the improvement. Wang Wei nodded. Compared to their versions, this one had improved significantly. The clone was now even studying the effects of Dao rhymes to make further progress. Wang Wei sighed deeply. The current technique was only 50% as effective as the power he took from Old Man Tianji, but that power was billions of times less potent than the one the transcendent Old Man Tianji created to cultivate his people. Wang Wei shook his head to focus. He always knew he had a long way ahead of him, so he wouldn't let anything discourage him. Let's contact the team to deal with the upcoming changes in the world. Boom. Wang Wei's thoughts had just finished when something changed. He looked outside the continent and saw a grand vision that covered the entire world. There were purple clouds, purple chi coming from the east, golden lotus, Dao sounds, celestial and fortune beasts, and sages celebrating. Wang Wei thought as he swiftly saw the source of these visions. Someone has become a paragon. No, not just that, but a boundless paragon. Moreover, they seem to be hiding in the lawless zone. Wang Wei saw a man with his body flowing with brilliant immortal light released from his body. An unknown power isolated him from the effects of the lawless zone. The power also protected him to ensure he finished his final transformation. Why does he feel familiar? Wang Wei thought. He did not recognize the man's face or aura, but his intuition told him he knew this person. Wang Wei wanted to divine the person's identity quickly but stopped himself from doing something so stupid. This person was under heavenly Dao's protection, and his actions could be considered an insult, resulting in severe backlash. So, he slowly observed while deducing. Could it be him? Wang Wei waited for a few minutes until the process ended. Then, the man opened his eyes and declared, "Today, Empyrean Jimin will be known as Paragon Jimin. The world should celebrate." His voice echoed throughout every corner of the Eternal Ascension world. All life, no matter how weak, could hear these words. For mortals, this was simply the birth of another powerful cultivator, but for cultivators, this was something else. This day represented hope. This era existed for 256 million yuan epochs, and today, a new paragon finally appeared again in the world. So, it's him, Wang Wei thought. This was not good news for him since he had basically taken over the rebellion. Although he was on guard and kept his hands off Empyrean Jimin's men, it did not change the fact he took over the latter's foundation. Wang Wei waved his hand to send a message to his people to abandon the rebellion and go underground. He looked at Empyrean, no, Paragon Jimin in the distance. Such a vast destiny, he commented. As the first paragon of this era, he brought hope to this world so Heavenly Tao would reward him immensely. With this destiny, Paragon Jimin will have no problem cultivating to the peak of the Paragon realm, even if his talent is not up to par. A new paragon in the world, Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. Will things really be that simple? His thoughts were indeed a jinx. Before the visions in the sky even ended, another one occurred. 5 bright moons manifested above heaven and earth, followed by 5 terrifying aura. 5 people stood in the heavens, looking above all sentient beings. One was a handsome young man with a black robe and green hair. He had a weird aura around him that constantly changed from young to old. Time Eater, Wang Wei thought. Time Eater looked coldly in Jimin's direction but did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the sky and said, "Activate." A white cover that resembled an eggshell appeared above the sky, covering the entire world. Most cultivators were confused about this, but a few could tell this was a terrifying formation. The Hong protective system, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. He knew this thing because his future wife built it. However, according to her, these people should not have full access to its control, but now. So, you're finally making your move, Wang Wei thought, feeling uneasy. Sadly, his intuition was correct. A pair of indifferent eyes manifested between heaven and earth. The aura was so powerful that even someone like him instinctively felt fear and respect. Supreme unity, he thought with gritty teeth. The pair of eyes coldly looked at the world. It seemed to have seen through all its secrets and hidden truths with a glance. Then it said one word, lock. Massive and incomprehensive chains manifested above the heavens to surround the globe. Amitabha, said another voice, followed by a humongous golden palm heading for the chains. However, the pair of eyes remained indifferent. The 5 moons suddenly acted as they summoned their territory's luck-condensing artifact and condensed the luck of the eternal ascension world. A mighty purple-white dragon manifested between heaven and earth before rushing into the sky. The dragon flew toward that golden palm and opened its mouth to fire the characters for exile. The golden palm resisted but only briefly before dissipating. Then, the chains completed their missions of imprisoning the world. So, that's how it is, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. He needed to wait until Heavenly Tao was at its weakness or occupied for him to take action, and the best opportunity was for the celebration of a new paragon. With the birth of the new paragon, according to Heavenly Tao's codings, it would celebrate and also reward the paragons with blessings since the latter represented hope for the world. But this is also the best time for supreme unity to take action. More importantly, these people have entirely sided with supreme unity. The situation has genuinely changed beyond his expectations, but he remained calm. Wang Wei watched these moons enter the lawless zone, to be precise, 4 entered, and 1 stood at the entrance. They know that I've taken all the talents from the lawless zone, Wang Wei's eyes squinted. These people do not want a boundless paragon existing next to them, so they plan to besiege him. Now that most of the powerful talents from the lawless zone are gone, Paragon Jimin must rely on himself to survive this ordeal. I can't let them succeed, but for now, I'm more worried about the effect of that Heaven's Lock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1334 Devastating Move. Wang Wei pondered briefly. He first tried divination even though he knew it might not work. However, he immediately felt something wrong with his utilization of the Tao. It felt slightly clunky and out of sync. Most people might not notice this difference given how minor it is, but for people like him with great control over his Tao, this chance was no different than a burning star in the middle of a dark room. What's going on? Wang Wei thought. His divination failed, but he was more concerned about the problem with his Tao. He closed his eyes to sense it as he used more techniques, and the result was the same. No matter what techniques he used, there was this slight delay. Suppressing the use of techniques? What's the point of doing this, especially at such a minor level? No, there must be something else that I don't know. Wang Wei decided to take some risks. He first built the best soul/mental defense he was capable of before slowly extending his senses to the heaven lock above. Due to his cautious approach, it took him a while until he sensed something. He heard whispers. What is the Tao? Some people say the Tao that can be described is not the real Tao, while others believe the Tao is the manifestation of all things in the universe, a manifestation of nature. Nature follows the way of yin and yang. Yin cannot exist. Wang Wei felt these words contained the ultimate truth of the universe and immediately comprehended them. Then, his Tao was slowly changing, especially his yin-yang Tao. This Tao was previously attached to his fate domination Tao, so the essence of his yin-yang Tao was all about controlling fate and pursuing freedom, but after hearing that sermon, his yin-yang Tao started to emit more Taoist rhymes and ideologies. Wang Wei found himself respecting heaven and earth and following the laws of nature. Many of Wang Wei's rebellious ideas were slowly abandoned as he realized the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. His consciousness was rapidly changing, and he did not even notice it. His terrifying willpower and borderline obsession with pursuing freedom meant nothing before this ultimate truth. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he became a Taoist priest who believed in the supremacy of heaven and earth. "Wake up," yelled a voice. Wang Wei's eyes opened, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, followed by his complexion turning whiter than snow. He did not hesitate to swallow a soul-healing pill before forcibly breaking his yin-yang Tao. Wang Wei's aura fluctuated violently, followed by blood oozing from all his orifices. Additionally, his cultivation was reduced to 70%, signifying this injury was, at best, a Tao injury and, at worst, reached the level of his existence. Damn it, I was careless, Wang Wei thought as he swallowed a few more pills to stabilize his condition. In the lower dimension, he realized his personality was being changed to better fit his role as a fate seed, so he sealed a clone into his sea of consciousness to monitor him. He even removed his memories to ensure he did not know of its existence. It was that clone that saved him. Otherwise, he would have been assimilated and become Supreme Unity's dog. Wang Wei shuddered as he thought how he was about to live a life worse than death. He gritted his teeth in anger before calming down. He was not in good shape, so he focused on recuperating. A few minutes passed before his aura returned to a semi-peaceful state. Wang Wei then looked at the chains in the sky. He understood what they did. They prevented anyone from understanding their Tao. People can access and control their grand Tao source, but the chains served as a blockage and a filter. That's why Wang Wei sensed the irregularity when he used his techniques. If that were the only problem, those chains would not be a big deal. The problem is that people can no longer cultivate and raise their ranks. Anyone who tries will only listen to Supreme Unity's understanding of his Tao and be assimilated. If even someone like me could not resist this temptation, what would happen to the rest of the world? Wang Wei's face became ugly, and he swiftly checked the people of the Origin Seal continent. He frowned as he discovered that only a few lost people could not wake up. Most of the others woke up and were injured. He understood. This was a trap, Wang Wei analyzed. He was waiting for me. He sneered. Should he say he was flattered that such a powerhouse paid attention to him? Wang Wei exhaled to control his emotions before contacting Wang Qi and asking if everyone was all right. He also sent orders to his clone in the fate-changing hall to check on the people. After dealing with these things, he started thinking about the situation. What is the point of preventing people from cultivating? There must be a more significant reason behind this move. Wang Wei suddenly thought of something. He scanned the surrounding worlds and teleported two people before them, all devil cultivators with immense karma, both in the Empyrean realm. Before these people could react, Wang Wei controlled them and forced them to cultivate. However, they did not comprehend their grand Tao source. They were training their souls and bodies. Boom. Wang Wei watched in horror as a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky, ignoring all the protection on this continent or his room, and annihilated the devil cultivator training his body. Meanwhile, the other one had her soul collapse, But with all of Wang Wei's knowledge and experience, he had no idea how or what happened. A ruthless light flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. He took a few more devil cultivators and had them train using different systems. Some were forced to cultivate only their bloodline, while others used orthodox systems like only training Dao heart or willpower. However, the result was the same. This world is now officially a cage. No one can improve, no matter the approach, he muttered. However, he was extremely calm. The worse the situation was, the calmer he became. What the hell is going on? Yen Hai said as she barged into the room. Her face was also pale, and she seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, indicated by the blood on the corner of her mouth and on her shoulder. What happened to you? I saw the changes outside and wanted to send a projection to talk to you while I continue my retreat, but why did lightning suddenly attack me? Wang Wei sighed before explaining the situation. Are you telling me all the cultivators in the world are now screwed? Yen Hai asked with gritted teeth. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed that bastard. Wang Wei swiftly waved his hand to cast a spell that closed her mouth. He had learned from his mistake and would not readily say these entities' names. Yen Hai used her tongue to release a sword chi and break the spell. Why are you scared? Ancestor, don't make the situation worse, Wang Wei said with a wry smile. He sensed she was about to say something and stopped her again. I feel like I missed something, and your words were the key to it. What is it? He reviewed everything she said since entering the room a few seconds ago. All cultivators? Damn it, the mortals. His facial expression turned grave. What about them? Yen Hai asked. Wang Wei did not answer but instead summoned 3 devil cultivators and handed them a heaven will, a Dao seed, and immortal chi. As expected, they all died as they tried to enter Tier 10 and become immortal. Yen Hai looked at this with a severe look. She was not stupid. After seeing what just happened and with Wang Wei words, she understood the severity of the situation. Without the ability to improve, all cultivators below Tier 10 will die of old age due to their restricted lifespan. In slightly over 1 yuan epoch, 99% of all cultivators in the world will die of old age. Everyone else will die, except for the few who can get their hands on immortal pills or the Dao children. Why would he want to kill all the cultivators? Weakening heavenly Dao so he can fully take control, Wang Wei said calmly. The death of all the cultivators will significantly blow heavenly Dao, which is the perfect opportunity for supreme unity to annex the latter's power. So, what's the plan? Yen Hai asked, but Wang Wei did not answer. He was still analyzing the situation, thinking of his next move. Could it be that we have to let everyone die and wait until we deal with him to restart civilization with the surviving non-cultivator mortals? Yen Hai frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1335 Quick Response. From a purely logical standpoint, this event has a positive side, Yen Hai continued. As long as we can deal with him and rebuild civilization, our sect will receive great luck and destiny. However, even I feel uncomfortable thinking about how many people will die. This world is vast, meaning there are simply too many cultivators. Even if the number of cultivators was less than 1% of the world's population, the number of people is still astronomical. Yen Hai is a veteran. She has participated in and survived 2 origin wars, so she's seen countless people die. Better yet, she has watched numerous worlds crumble. However, it's different when it's the people from her homeland. It's even more heartbreaking knowing that one of their own is responsible for such devastation. Wang Wei looked at her and finally responded, "You assume there will be mortals left." An intense killing intent flashed in her eyes. That's right. That bastard is in charge of heaven and earth, so it will be easy for him to eradicate all the mortals in the world, especially since it's another method of weakening heavenly Dao. He won't use such a crude and direct method, Wang Wei said. Oh. He only needs to allow these cultivators to increase their lifespan or be capable of cultivating by absorbing the flesh and soul of regular mortals. Then they will turn on these people. Such an act of its people committing mass genocide can be considered going against the natural laws of heaven and earth, which also means it's a better way to weaken heavenly Tao. The killing intent in Yanhai's eyes was almost tangible. This is why I despise you people with deep scheming minds. Wang Wei looked at her strangely. You and Brother Qiyuan are on my side, so you're different. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. He was not in the mood to debate her weird thinking logic. All right, it's time for me to make my move. I know you wouldn't let him have his way so easily, Yanhai smirked. Do you need my help? Wang Wei hesitated. What is it? She pressed. I really didn't want to drag the sect into this mess. Yanhai looked at him up and down before smiling in satisfaction. Do you think the sect can stay out of this if you don't interact with it? She shook her head. Although we are considered the second most powerful amongst the overlords, everyone knows that is only on the surface. Our sect has the most profound foundation, our luck and destiny are the most condensed, and more importantly, we have something the bastard has been lusting for many years. The Trinity Venerable Inheritance, Wang Wei thought. So, whether you exist or not, that bastard will target us someday. I understand, Wang Wei nodded. Send a message to the sect. If there are signs that cultivators' longevity can be improved by killing mortals, they need to create an alliance with other sealed lineages to make rules that this practice is forbidden. They must create a task force to kill anyone who disobeys. No problem, Yanhai nodded. One more thing, well, two more things. First, try to see if you can still contact the people in limbo or even if you can revive them, Wang Wei added. Secondly, see if you can leave this place through the source chi space. Be careful and don't try it yourself. Yanhai rolled her eyes. Although she wasn't as bright as these bastards, it did not mean she was stupid. Even a big will become a genius full of wisdom after living as long as her. Get lost, brat. Wang Wei disappeared from the room, teleporting to a desolate area. He closed his eyes briefly before waving his hand to summon countless rare Empyreans and a few paragon ores to build the fanciest altar possible. No response? Could it be that the usage of resources is not under strict limitations? Well, at least, resources that cannot directly raise cultivation. Wang Wei took note of this before finishing the altar. He looked in the direction of the lawless zone. He should be able to hold on a little longer, right? After all, he still has destiny protecting him. He took a few minutes to shower and change clothes before starting the ceremony. In a rare act, Wang Wei followed the proper procedure, including giving sacrifices and kneeling before the altar. Heaven and earth above, the world faces a calamity of longevity. I have created a technique called health-preserving technique, which allows cultivators to live to the limit of 1 yuan epoch. I'm willing to share it with the world, so please accept my sincere offer. The clouds above his head started to condense as if a vision was about to manifest. However, they soon dispersed before condensing again. They repeated this pattern for a while. Wang Wei observed with worry. Come one, heavenly Tao, this is your chance to fight back. He watched the changes in the sky for 5 minutes before something happened. Wang Wei's face changed as he acted swiftly. He wore the most formidable armor from the Origin Seal Continent's armory. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous terrifying lightning bolts descended from heaven and earth. All the cultivators who saw this were shocked since this was the first time that most of them saw divine punishment. In the upper dimension, the laws of heaven and earth are more ruthless, so it's rare to see anyone being punished by heaven and earth, especially in such a direct manner. Lawless Zone's entrance. The Earth Emperor, a middle-aged man with short black hair, black and silver clothes, and an icy and domineering aura, looked in the distance. His divine sense has been keeping a watch on Origin Seal City for any signs or movements from Wang Wei, so he noticed the latter the moment he appeared in that deserted area. What is he doing? He thought as he saw Wang Wei build that altar. Should I stop him? He soon shook his head. There is a high chance that this was a plot to lure him from his spot, so the Earth Emperor decided to wait. So, even when Wang Wei finished the ceremony and suffered from divine punishment, he observed with cold eyes. "I hope this bastard dies," the Earth Emperor sneered. However, his expression changed as he received a direct message. He sighed before preparing to head over there and attack. As soon as he had this intention, someone blocked his way. A puppet. He suddenly remembered that his people reported that Wang Wei had a paragon puppet. He sneered. "Do you think you can stop me with a puppet?" An armor and spear suddenly appeared on the puppet, both of the best quality. The Earth Emperor did not care until the puppet did something else. A strange array appeared on its torso before disappearing. This time, the Earth Emperor had to be serious. That's because that array was a self-destruction array. Damn it. If that thing explodes, it'll lose a life. At best, it'll be severely injured, given these people a chance to deal with me. The puppet sneered. Wang Wei knew how to utilize these people's mindsets against them. This puppet was not enough to defeat the Earth Emperor and wasn't even enough to delay for long. However, it would be different if the latter were fighting with the constant thought of a possible death-dealing explosion. The puppet looked at the Earth Emperor before pouncing on it. Wang Wei ordered it to use a madman style of fighting that disregards any defensive techniques and only attacks. Its purpose is to put as many injuries as possible on the enemy. Damn it, Earth Emperor cursed once he realized this. He felt aggrieved. However, now that he had returned home and did not have to fight on the frontier, he valued his life even more than before. After noticing the puppet was doing its job, Wang Wei paid no attention to it and focused on the punishment. He did not care that he was being punished since he knew this was a desperate move from Supreme Unity to prevent him from getting merit. Wang Wei went all out to survive this punishment, pushing himself to the limit. His bet worked. A few minutes later, the dark clouds dispersed, and a vision manifested between heaven and earth. Wang Wei's voice reached every corner of the Eternal Ascension world, followed by merit descending from the sky. "This should help me recover," Wang Wei said as he put the merit away. "More importantly, I've broken the situation." "No, that's too optimistic. I've given us a fighting chance." The fact that he received the merit means that Heavenly Tao's fundamental rules are still in operation. It also means that Heavenly Tao has a great chance at fighting Supreme Unity without allowing one side to have too much of an advantage. The next step is Jimin. This era's first paragon cannot fall immediately after being crowned, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1336 Rescue? Wang Wei looked at the lawless zone, calculating how to reverse the situation. He could not personally enter the fight for various reasons, primarily because he was currently in terrible shape. Luckily, he had another way. He had long suspected Jimin and the crazy thief gang lord, and now he knew he was correct. However, this is not the point. Wang Wei left means to secretly monitor the lawless zone, meaning he could use these means to secretly enter without alerting anyone. Wang Wei did not immediately act but put the altar away. Then he condensed a drop of blood that turned into 269 trillion pillars with Tao rhymes for the health preservation techniques and rhymes to make it easier for people to comprehend. He then waved his hand to send these pillars to different areas of the Eternal Ascension world. This is not enough, Wang Wei thought. He knew these parasites would not allow these pillars to remain in their territories, so he needed better ways to spread them. Should I start the dream world again? Wang Wei never recreated the dream world because the upper dimension had its version, the Void Illusion Realm. Although it was now closed, it was meaningless to build the dream world since he wouldn't receive any merits. Rebuilding it to spread this technique is a great way to get merit and help Heavenly Tao, but the question is whether it can be built. Supreme Unity already had the overwhelming advantage with the Heaven's Lock, so he did not know whether he would succeed. Let's try it and see. Wang Wei returned to the Origin Seal continent. Now was not the time for the dream world. Everything had its priority, and his current one was rescuing Paragon Jimin. As Wang Wei looked at his room, he realized it would soon be time for him to leave this place. His whereabouts were already known, which is detrimental to his actions. He sat on a cushion and swallowed a few more pills. His body was not in the best state, not to mention his Dao injuries. However, he could still not rest since work was to be done. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he had condensed a projection in an isolated area inside the lawless zone. The projection sensed the battle going in the distance. It pointed at the arrays around, and they fused with its body. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at this array. His current expertise saw so many flaws in this former array, many of which he cannot change since his array Dao level was so low. Regardless, he modified the places he could to ensure he would not be detected. Once he was sure there was no problem, he slowly approached the battlefield while remaining invisible. Paragon Jimin's situation was far from ideal. 5 Feather, Undead Phoenix, 7 Cauldron, and Time Eater besieged him. His body was full of wounds, and with each passing second, even more appeared. However, he fought bravely. His Dao, Wang Wei thought. The Dao of Thievery. What a strange and unique path. Most people would look down on such a Dao, meaning most talented people would not cultivate such a Dao. Non-talented people would not go far, so seeing a paragon with thievery as their Dao was odd. Let's see, there is a plunder aspect of his Dao, similar to devouring Dao. Then there is stealing, Wang Wei analyzed. So, he can steal people's Dao, similar to Sun Junyo's copy? Better yet, it seems he can steal their lives. Wang Wei was shocked. With this ability, Paragon Jimin must have countless identities that are not easy to distinguish. If I can get my hands on his life-stealing technique, I can improve the Fate Guard's ability to steal fate and become someone. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The current situation was severed, to say the least, so he will take any advantage he can. He continued to observe the battle and frowned. These people's battle experience is not nearly as bad as I expected, he observed. During the past 10,000 yuan epics, he asked Sun Junyao for her memory of that fight, and based on his analysis, the Blood Dragon seemed to have the worst battle IQ of the group. It's not that he's the worst, but these people have improved in the past 10,000 yuan epics. The frontier contained countless influential invading foreigners, meaning it was an excellent place to train. Thinking of the frontier, Wang Wei suddenly thought of something, so he looked at the Hong protective system. Who or what is powering that thing? If it's supreme unity, then it's fine. But if Heavenly Dao is forced to use the world source as the power source, this is another way of weakening. Wang Wei's facial expression became grave as he thought of something else. The protection should have no issue blocking the Paragon's coming, but what if this current blockade forced the foreign half-step Transcendents to move earlier than anticipated? Damn it, Supreme Unity, are you playing with fire? Wang Wei cursed. Unless that's what you want. Use foreign aid to continue weakening Heavenly Dao, thus allowing you to control it and ultimately make up for your flaw. Then there is you, Maître. How can you be so useless? Aren't you supposed to balance him? Wang Wei had to control himself not to let his thoughts flow out publicly. He calmed down and focused on the fight. Sometimes he truly found his intelligence a curse. There were too many things he knew that he wished he did not. Time is running out, Wang Wei said as he focused on the battle, focusing on Time Eater. His eyes could tell the latter was league different from the others. In fact, Wang Wei could tell he was hiding his incompetence and did not fully show all he was capable of. A man with deep thoughts and scheming. However, why was he like this? From the information I gathered about him, he was not this extraordinary or capable during the Golden Era, Wang Wei analyzed. In that era, Time Eater was talented, but he never truly reached the upper echelons. Moreover, he never showed any signs of being a master manipulator. Was he someone like Supreme Unity, always hiding, or did something happen in the middle to change him? Wang Wei desperately wanted to know the answer to this question. Maybe I should use the opportunity to ask the Star Sage. Wang Wei sighed before directing his gaze toward the hidden master, Old Man Dai. The latter stood in the void, his facial expression showing his anxiety. However, he did not rush to help Paragon Jimin. He couldn't even if he wanted to, since Time Eater had a clone/projection prepared especially for him. Paragon Jimin, I've come to make a deal with you, Wang Wei secretly communicated. That voice, Wang Wei? It's me, he acknowledged. I'll save you and… No need, Paragon Jimin said. Wang Wei observed him from a distance and shook his head. What an idiot, he said directly to Jimin. I guess I shouldn't be surprised since you're a loose cultivator. What do you mean by this? Do you think these people haven't won against you because of how weak they are in the lawless zone? You're dreaming. Wang Wei did not hide the sneer in his voice. They are buying time to find your time mark to erase you from the timeline. Time mark? As soon as he thought of these words, Paragon Jimin acquired some basic information about the concept. That's right. You just became a paragon, meaning you don't know much about time marks or have a chronospirit. It's only due to your destiny that they haven't completely figured it out yet, but it's only a matter of time. By then, they can isolate your influence from the primordial timeline, go to the past, and erase younger versions of yourself. Once that happens, it won't matter how many ways you have to survive as a boundless paragon. An intense horror ran deep down Paragon Jimin's back. The confidence he had acquired after becoming a paragon was instantly shattered. Luckily, he received the news now, or he would have died before even knowing what had happened. What do you want? He asked Wang Wei. Despite the turmoil going on in his mind and the conversation, Paragon Jimin showed no signs on the surface. As someone who considered himself the best thief in the world with countless identities, he was a master of acting and hiding his emotions or thoughts. It seems you've awakened from the confidence of suddenly acquiring such power. We can talk now, Wang Wei said, nodding in satisfaction. No matter who it is, they will become a little arrogant after becoming a paragon, primarily due to the vast difference in power between the previous realm. I want two things, Wang Wei continued. Firstly, I want your life-stealing technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.